We are live. Welcome to our special meeting for July 12th. If you all will, actually, let me make sure since I've been a while. We will, first I'll do that later. All right, flag salute, sorry. It's all new, old and new.
Been too long.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We had a closed session earlier, and there was no action taken during the closed session.
And I apologize. I'm going to be on my phone, but only so because I'm trying to help with a brief tech issue. So
technology. I actually would like to add a modification to the agenda that we discuss the change in the regular meeting for July 21st. I will add that under, move through here, right before the consent calendar. So if someone could move to approve that addition and second it.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. That passes 4-0. Approval of tonight's agenda?
I'll move approval.
Second.
All those in favor? Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. Passes 4-0. Approval of the minutes from June 16th and June 21st.
I'll move approval of minutes for the 16th and the 21st of June.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Shelley?
Aye.
Rebecca?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. That passes 4-0. Public comments regarding non-agendized items. Is there anything, Rachel? Okay. So we don't have any comments. Non-agendized. Our employee union comments. Is Chuck with us tonight?
let me pause and say, Hazel, did you send Chuck the updated link?
I did.
You did? Okay. I'm going to actually text Chuck and just see if he's having any issues. And then, Hazel, I also sent you a text about a tech issue as well. So please bear with us while we are trying to manage both the in-person and the Zoom for the first time. So
that's right. So half of us are here in the boardroom, and those who are presenting are still at home. So Jake, do you mind if we take you first, our new president of our Ojai Federation of Teachers? Welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you. I hope everyone's enjoying the summer weather. I think the teachers are happy that we're getting a little break over summer, and we're looking forward to the upcoming school year.
Yes, it's a nice break, and then it's nice to be excited to be back.
Yes.
Real.
Right. Yes. I think many teachers like myself missed doing a lot of the bigger group projects we planned throughout the year. So we're really excited to get back to those larger hands-on projects.
Great.
And then maybe if Chuck joins us, he could come in at a later time if we are able to get a hold of him.
Sure.
Okay.
3.3, our board member reports. Shelley, anything you'd like to report?
I don't have anything tonight.
Okay. Rebecca?
No, not tonight.
Okay. Michael?
No, not tonight.
Okay. I just have a brief, I know there's been a couple of members of the community have been confused about tonight's meeting. We did have a little error. I appreciate a couple of people pointing out to us that it was first listed as a regular meeting, but it is a special meeting. Our regular meeting is originally planned for the 21st of July, so we will be talking about canceling that date because we have too many conflicts. It is July. We don't normally have meetings in July, so that's all I have to report. our superintendent's report.
Great. So first, I would like to introduce my new executive assistant, Hazel Gonzalez, who is here this evening with us, and has definitely hit the ground running. She's been here since July 1st, so not even 2 weeks. And some of those are weekend days. And just to share, I had said in the interview that I need help with scheduling, and she started on July 1st, and I walked in the door and said, oh, I thought you started on July 1st, and she said, it is July 1st. So I am definitely glad that she's here, because I need her, and so she'll be helping us out tonight, and we will be learning the ins and outs of the agenda together, so thank you for your patience and assistance with that. I would also like to thank David Rogers and his team for the lovely upgrade to the boardroom. If you are on Zoom, you can't see it, but it looks amazing. We painted the front here, we raised the lights, we redid the windowsills, we painted, so a very low budget upgrade, but it looks just a little bit nicer for us as we return in person. The technology, as I mentioned, is in the process of being upgraded so that we can continue with having people in Zoom. One of the things that we found is, for example, our principals, like Dave Munson, who's here online, and Bronwyn, it's much easier for them to be able to participate on an item remotely from Zoom so that they don't have to sit here for hours if for some reason something takes longer. So we're very excited to be able to integrate our presenters or our students when we have awardees. They can come in person or they could be joined by Zoom, and that way we're extending some of the convenience from Zoom to our people so that they can attend. But thank you also to Principal Kelly Stone for being here tonight in person, and to Angie Janassi, who is our incoming Director of HR, for also being here tonight, and to Taiwo Madison, who is our Director of Fiscal. So with that, I have a very brief brief report because, as Jake mentioned, it's summer. And it's the first time I've done a meeting from my laptop, so give me just a second to figure this out. Okay. So for our superintendent's report, I am happy to say we have summer school in progress. We have somewhere around 600 kids. We're still adding and dropping a few here and there, but somewhere around 600 district-wide. These are some of the pictures from today. We can see we have the very popular drum camp, STEM camp, and elementary. This is from SOAR. Our student up here in the top right hand is doing some intense math for summer, I must say. And then this is my favorite. These are all pictures from our culinary class, which I was trying to convince them to bring dinner to us tonight, but that did not happen.
Wow.
My favorite story about this is that our teacher said they were making this fresh bruschetta on the first day, and the kids were like, I'm not eating tomatoes, and where's the butter on the bread? And they made it, and they ate every one of them. So they look delicious.
I will just chime in and say that my daughter is in that, and my grocery bill's gone down because she comes home very full.
Yeah, so there's a mix you can see of some vegetable options, and then our mac and cheese, and then whatever this delicious chocolate pie thing is.
With a crepe layer cake, I believe.
Yeah, okay, that sounds amazing. So just a few legislative updates. The governor's budget was passed, and then shortly thereafter, trailer bill came out with Assembly Bill 130. So there's a lot of things to unpack in this Assembly bill. Those will be coming before you in future meetings. But for right now, there's a few things that are on the horizon I just wanted to keep you apprised of. The first is new independent study requirements. So there's two pieces of this. The first is that we will be required to offer distance learning to all families this upcoming school year in all grades, and so we're working on a plan for that. The good news is we already have Matilaha online and Nordhoff online, so that option is in place at middle and high school. For elementary, we have to do some investigation into what our best course of action is, and that'll be coming back to you in August. Also, there are some new requirements around independent study and how frequently we meet with families and what that looks like. And so Summit teachers and Robin Munson right now, until we have our Summit principal hired, and Dr. Knox are all working on making sure that we are ready to implement those new requirements when we come back to school in August. Also, we are very excited that Universal TK is in the budget beginning in 22-23, so doing some planning for that and what that'll look like, but we know that that's hugely impactful and beneficial for our students to be in TK, so there's a little bit of a rollout, but eventually all 4-year-olds will be able to enroll in TK. The Career Technical Education Incentive Grant, so CTIG is the name of that. They have doubled the funding, which is really good news, and they have made that ongoing. So one of our issues with CTE has been that we don't know every year how much money we're going to get. We plan and we put in programs and we hire people and we build these amazing pathways, and then some years we get $100,000 and the next year we get $65,000, and that makes it really difficult to build ongoing sustainable programs for kids. So we are part of a CTE consortium statewide that advocated for and lobbied for this increased funding. I met with a couple of our local elected representatives at the state level. Dr. Rice and I met, Dr. McCoy and I met, and helped to advocate for this, and so we were very excited to see that there's long-term, ongoing, double the amount of CTE funding, in addition to the Strong Workforce Grant, which is competitive, so some years we might get it, some years we might not. We're pretty good at grant writing, so we tend to get it, but you never know. So we also are excited to see that there is now free meals for students. California is the first state in the nation to provide free food for all students, K through 12, without having to qualify for free and reduced lunch. So that's coming in the future. In AB 130, that free meal, I forget the name of it, but the free meal program will start in 22-23, but in the upcoming school year, that was already covered under COVID. And so this is moving forward. It's kind of to be determined still exactly what the funding model would look like, what the reimbursement looks like, what happens with all of our funding that's tied to free and reduced lunch applications. So one of the things that the unintended consequences of this is that as we don't tie meals to free and reduced lunch application, which is our number one way of determining families that essentially are in poverty, families are less inclined to fill out those forms, and those forms are tied to all kinds of things, our Title I funding, our supplemental, potentially concentration grant funding, and so all of that is being worked out at the state level around what that will look like in the future, but and how we will certify students who might be below the poverty level moving forward. So, other good news is that there is an increase in special education funding, which has been massively underfunded at the state level for a very long time, and so we're excited to see those funds continue to. They don't yet match our spending on special education, but they're more than we have had in the future, and again, that's ongoing. So at the end of the day, one of the things that's important about this Assembly bill is, as you know, when Governor Brown put in the LCFF, he basically got rid of categorical funding, so specific funding for specific purposes like CTE, like meals, like special education to some degree, and combined all of that together in the LCFF. And Newsom philosophically is moving back towards categorical funding. So you're going to see in this bill and in future budgets a lot more categorical funding, which is actually fine because we still get our LCFF base, and now we're getting the categorical funding on top of that. But some of it we qualify for and some of it we don't. So more news on this coming in future meetings. And then finally, just an update on the fall and the return to classes. So we have been planning since the spring on a full return to class with a regular schedule. Currently, the California Department of Public Health requires masks inside. That is a little bit of a departure from what the CDC requires, which is masks inside only for unvaccinated individuals. but the public health guidance that came out today from the California Department of Public Health identifies some of the issues that we have in determining if people are vaccinated and not vaccinated, particularly in students, and is very cognizant of the stigma that could come from kids who are not vaccinated and therefore have to wear a mask, and kids who are vaccinated. And so in their guidance just released today, they are sticking with masks required inside. I know that's disappointing to many families. We are required to follow that guidance, as are private schools. So, if it's like, well, I don't like your rules, I'm going to go to a private school, they have the exact same rules. Everyone in the state has to follow the same rules. But if you're unhappy about it, I suggest that families or the public contact Dr. Levin, who is our local Ventura County public health official. This is coming from the health department, and it is not related to school district or California Department of Education rules.
But you're suggesting we contact the county representative, but it looks like this is coming from the state?
Yeah, Dr. Levin is responsible for our local guidance and also for enforcement. So you could also contact the state for sure. I just don't know those individuals, but I do know Dr. Levin is our local person. Masks are not required outside, and so you will see, even in summer school right now, we don't have masks for students outside, which to me is a bigger issue because when we're outside, it's hot, and it's really hard to wear a mask when it's hot and you're a kid and you're running around outside. So I'm glad that we at least have that.
Plus, with a return to our regular schedule, we'll have meals, snacks, and lunch, and
Yes.
so we'll need to take our mask off
Yeah.
to eat.
Yep. Parents and volunteers will be allowed on campus, so we're returning to normal in that. Transportation is still a little bit tricky in that there's some thinking to do still around the number of students that can be on a school bus at any given time. Is a school bus considered inside or outside in terms of masking? Those kinds of things. So we're still working on some of the transportation details, but we're hoping to provide transportation in as close to normal as we possibly can. That's it.
I know where I work, what's going on. What are the spacing requirements? Are those going away for K-12?
They have not gone away. There is a recommendation of 3 feet, which we had more or less set everything up to meet that 3 feet in the spring when we returned to campus, and so we are working to meet that recommendation everywhere that we possibly can.
For fall.
Any other questions on that?
And would we still then be doing screening as kids come on campus?
We have not been doing screening as kids come on campus. The other little piece of information that came out in today's new guidelines is that the quarantine period for students, so even if students are a close contact, if they're inside and they're a close contact due to space, but if they all had masks on and the student they're asymptomatic, we don't have to quarantine for 10 days, which you remember was the other issue in the fall and the spring, was that we would have to quarantine entire classes, which was very difficult with teachers and substitutes and all of those other, and especially at our secondary level. And so the relaxed quarantining rules are very, very helpful for us moving forward.
Great. We didn't have Chuck join us, did we? I don't see that he did.
I did not look at my,
Oh, I know. I have one last question on that. Actually,
I just saw that.
before we move on, do we have a sense of the percent of vaccinated teachers and staff?
No.
Okay.
Right, we are at 4.1, presentation of preliminary Nordoff High School master plan. Very excited to see this.
Oh, good. We have Olivia joining. Great. I had a brief moment of panic that you weren't here. So
Had a little trouble with the Zoom link, but we're here.
Yes, I will apologize to everyone in advance. I didn't know we had a new Zoom link, so Hazel and I were very good about emailing the Zoom link out last week, and then there was a different Zoom link, and I didn't know that. So we're doing our best, but now we know the new Zoom link. So welcome to our A for E team, and I will let you all introduce yourself. I also would like to say hello to Principal Dave Munson, who's here with us tonight, also as part of this agenda item.
Great.
Maybe Olivia,
Yeah.
we'll start with you. Okay.
Great, thanks, Tiffany. And should we share our screen on our end?
I believe that you can.
Okay, perfect.
I think I set it up for you to do that, but please double check.
Great.
Did Olivia,
looks like it works.
you the one that's going to be sharing?
Yes.
Okay, you got it.
Okay, perfect. Well, I'll start sharing while I introduce myself. So my name is Olivia Graff Doyle. I'm a partner and design principal at A for E, Architecture for Education. And with me tonight, two other team members from A for E, Daisy Blanco and Yu-Ching Wong, waving there as well. So we've had the pleasure of working with the whole OHI team, stakeholders, really engaged process with including Principal Munson. So it's been a really great process putting together the Nordhoff High School master plan. So we're going to kind of take you through with the presentation today, all the various steps. We've also finalized our master plan book or package, which is a pretty hefty 80 pages or so. So we haven't included that today, we're just giving you the highlights. But that is, much more detailed with every single activity we've done, all of the reports and everything that went into the process. So can everybody see my screen? Yes, yeah. Perfect.
And Olivia, our sound we're just using a phone for our sound. So if there's any way on your end that you could be closer to the mic or talk just a little bit louder, that would be helpful for us. We can hear you, but okay.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll talk louder.
Thank you.
All right. So, so this is the table of contents of the package that you'll all either have received already or be receiving. And it's divided into 10 parts. So just as an overview, wanted to go over that today. There's an introduction on what a facilities master plan is, why it's important, sort of the schedule of all the different steps that we went through on the process. Then we also have the part 2 is the utilization report, which we'll be showing you a snapshot of that today and what that actually means and why it's important. There's also, we did an assessment of the campus needs and determined priorities. We then delved in deeper into the exciting new prospect of a athletic or aquatics facility, including various athletics with fields and track and field. So we'll show you kind of what the outcome was of that. But this package contains all the different options and everything that the entire team went through, culminating in a meeting with about 30 or so stakeholders where everybody gave their input. We took all that input and then came up with the final options, which we'll be presenting to you today. We also delved in deeper into a new cafeteria, kitchen, NPR, performing arts options, and what that could mean for the campus. Again, part 6 is that stakeholder input, so gathering all of those different options and what the outcomes were. Part 7 we'll be sharing with you in more detail tonight on the final options. And then alongside all of that, there's also plans for renovations, sort of a refresh to the classrooms, and the classroom prototype we will be sharing with you as well. So the intent there is that a prototype would be developed, and if that's successful, which we hope it will be, it could be implemented across all of the classrooms. We also looked into a new furniture package, which is in the works. So we'll share some of those highlights, as well as starting to look into elementary school furniture packages as well. So that, just to give you a brief overview of what we'll discuss today, and also what you can see in more detail in that hefty document. So early on, we did identify the following priorities listed in order on this slide, namely the new aquatic center at Nordhoff being the sort of top one, top priority. Athletics being the second, with new tennis courts to be able to be competitive, do competitions, basketball courts if possible, new track and field and press box, some improvements to the gym with an outdoor wellness center and improving the weight room, and also incorporating new air conditioning, HVAC, into the gym. And then the third priority was, again, that new cafeteria, NPR, performing arts, and what are some options to both phase it for the future if there's likely not enough bond money to do a performing arts project in this phase. But planning for the future is important so that all of the moves that we make now on the campus are done cohesively and in a very smart way. Then the other improvements, again, is that classroom refresh, and we walked the entire site to see where were opportunities to improve the outdoor areas as well as the indoor areas. And we'll be going through that a little bit more tonight as well. So we also wanted to mention that in the works right now in design is the PV array, the photovoltaic array, sort of carport shade structure. That's also it's sort of in design right now and being planned into the master plan. And some of that's going to be allowing the district for savings in sort of three great ways are listed here. For both sort of a reduction in peak demand charges and resilience capability. And there's a lot of other great great things that are going to be the outcome of that. And again, also OHI is investigating the possibility of perhaps including art either on the array or part of the structure itself. So really making that sort of a beautiful element on the campus as well as functional. So we did want to give an update on that as well. So here is that utilization report, just to give you a brief snapshot of what that means is that we looked at how each of the classrooms is currently utilized, whether it's English, math, social sciences, and that's color-coded by that utilization report. And then being able to see what makes sense as we move forward. Would it make sense to consolidate all of the science classrooms, the English classrooms? Where are opportunities? Where are there maybe underutilized classrooms, which we can utilize for other programs? So really helping us to determine what to modernize, what perhaps needs new construction in the future, and where opportunities are to kind of move existing classrooms around into the next school year. So that was one piece of the master plan. This slide shows all the areas in yellow that are planned for modernization. So it includes the classroom wings, the cafeteria over here, the gym and locker room, the existing aquatics center, which will likely be going away in favor of a new one. And then also renovating or improving all of the fields area and the press box and bleachers, so as well as the track and field. So just to get an idea of all the various buildings that are currently in planning for being touched, whether that's in the next year to up to 10, 15 years. And that doesn't include the new buildings, which we'll be going over shortly as well. On the classroom prototype, we did various workshops with the teachers at Nordhoff. We set up some classrooms kind of in the library building with sample furniture and surveys where teachers could come, test out all different types of furniture, make their comments on what they felt was most conducive for their classrooms, specifically for high school. And we gathered all of that survey results, and this is sort of the outcome of that. So we ended up with 2 layouts, one that has a lot more flexible, maybe a little bit more progressive, and then the second layout, a little bit more traditional, but still very flexible and agile furniture. So these are, and I'll show you the floor plan around it. There's also, these are all the various types of furniture that can be ordered almost as a menu style. So you order what you need, and which allows it to be very cost effective. And then here is a rendering of what that space would look like in the classroom. And we did use one of the smaller classrooms as the prototype just to make sure that it would fit at least in the smallest classroom. And then, you know, with the intent that more furniture could be ordered for the larger classrooms. The quantities would just increase. And then here is the second layout of furniture. So some different types, but still, you know, varied heights, very progressive on as far as all of the sort of latest trends in classroom furniture design. And there's a
quick question, Jan.
Yes.
Were there concerns from teachers? I'm looking at this and I'm seeing the seats without backs, and I'm thinking of backpacks and where the stuff goes. Kids have a lot of stuff, and I just wondered if that was a concern for teachers or not.
You know, we had, and Daisy can correct me if I'm wrong. She's the master of the surveys. But you know, we did have another option where there was backpack storage underneath, and these chairs, and you'll see them in some of the next views as well, but they were determined to be more comfortable, and so the teachers opted. It was sort of by far the most popular chair, this one right here, that they opted for, with, you know, mobile whiteboards and other things that are kind of decluttering the room. But no, they do have actually on the desk, I forgot about that. They do have hooks where you could hang your backpack. So that is integrated into the desk. So
That's cool. Thank you.
And just to be clear, this is only for high school where we also have lockers.
yes.
So at middle school where we don't have lockers and elementary where we don't have lockers, we have a different strategy there for that exact same reason.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you for jogging my memory. So then the classroom prototype, this is a snapshot of what's planned for that. Again, it's very conceptual, really just to allow that first prototype to get built, and that's currently in construction and in development. I don't know if David, if you have an update of when that is planned to be completed, but it's currently in progress, and this is sort of the rendering of what the end outcome is planned to be. So it has.
Olivia, can you zoom in on this? Is there a way we could see this a little closer up?
Yes, definitely.
Great.
So it consists of whiteboard walls, magnetic whiteboard walls, sort of on one side, floor to ceiling, on the other side of which we're not really calling the teaching wall because it is sort of 360 degrees. You can teach on all of the walls, but it's sort of at the front, more or less at the front of the classroom. There's accent colors to bring in the Nordhoff school colors. Then we also have a flat panel display screen. And along the top of all of the whiteboard, we have a tackable cork strip that is integrated at the top for a tack surface. We also are looking at incorporating some sort of a wall wrap or graphic, just to kind of, you know, bring that pop of color into each classroom, as well as exposing the structure of the ceiling really kind of opening up the classroom to make it feel taller, brighter, integrating new lighting, which is what you see here, as well as these, which are solar tubes, which are sort of an inexpensive version of a skylight. So the other thing
Olivia, I know, can I ask you a question? I know when they opened the roof of the library, it's pretty ugly, and there's a lot of sort of patching 2x4s. I'm worried about opening up a lot of classrooms and just sort of exposing. Yeah.
That's why we're doing a pilot right now. So we have already opened up the ceiling in the pilot room. So theoretically, everything in that wing would look the same as the pilot that we're seeing right now. And David could also speak to this a little bit more. And Olivia's certainly seen it as well. It's in better shape than the library because it doesn't have the sistered boards, which was part of the problem in the library. But definitely we would paint it for sure.
But what about insulation? Isn't it?
You would think that we would have a lot of insulation, but that's not an issue. Alan, anything else to add?
Yeah, the insulation will be there. It will be between those yellow strips that you see and the actual ceiling. There's not a lot of insulation on the roof itself. There is some, but we'll make sure the R value is there for that. And yes, those boards are in much better condition than what we saw in the library.
Thanks, Alan. Another thing we're planning on looking into is having acoustic panels in between these rafters in order to improve the acoustics in the room as well. And that's sort of a acoustic gypsum board, which you can see right here in this picture.
And the floor that we're piloting right now is polished concrete. So in our demonstration room, which I'm happy to take any of you on if you'd like to see it, we could actually show some pictures as well, is a version of polished concrete because we really liked how the library turned out. So it's less, it's not quite as shiny and stained as the library, but we did a sample in the room, and even though it's got big cracks in it, it still looks really nice. So that's the flooring right now. We've talked a little bit about other options, but we want to pilot that and see how that goes.
I had a question on the acoustic panels because I noticed that, and then I noticed that they were going to be painted. I've done that, and it was awful. Is that really what we're talking about? Is there some kind of special paint that works with them, or do they come in a color?
No, I mean, and it would either have to be rolled or painted beforehand because the gypboard, and it's not the the typical glue up ceiling, acoustic ceiling tiles that we all know and love. So this is a new, a new version of that. But there is insulation, basically rigid insulation behind the perforations of the acoustic panel. So it is actually perforated. And it's a gypboard material. So like on the wall, the same thing. So it would be, you'd be painting almost the same way you would your drywall on the wall.
Cool, thank you.
Right, and also Olivia, the part of the purpose of that the tack board strip above the whiteboard is to absorb sound.
Would the polished concrete floor keep the temperature down? Would that have a cooling effect in the classroom, or no? What's in there now? Is it? Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, it definitely will feel cooler than. And a lot cleaner. And, there's also plans for more indoor-outdoor connection of the classrooms to the outdoors. So there are a lot of benefits of the concrete and easier maintenance-wise as well. So.
Yeah, right now we spend several weeks over the summer on the floors, many weeks. And so in this model, we don't have to strip and re-wax or clean the carpets or anything like that.
So it's a lot less maintenance and way better for allergies for kiddos too. And Yeah, it's exciting.
Great. This is the view looking the other way out towards the courtyard or the quad, particularly in between buildings C and D. So on the next slide, we'll see some plans for potentially what could happen with this wall in order to increase the indoor-outdoor relationship, but you can kind of see what that looks like going the other direction as well. So here is that idea of perhaps bifolding doors. We've looked at pivot doors, which you're using elsewhere. And there's a lot of different options that are still being looked into right now. But the intent is that we would replace, this is the prototype classroom right here, that we would replace those windows and go to something where you have this bifolding or a door system that really opens up completely and allows you to really have that indoor-outdoor connection between the classroom and the outdoor area, if so desired. You can, of course, leave it closed, and there's still a man door to be able to get in and out of classroom. And in that case, then it just provides your natural light and glazing, which has so much research being shown to improve learning on that front.
I have a question on those. I know those perforated like folding doors sometimes cannot be great for insulation or sound reduction and don't always work wonderfully on tracks. Are there new, better, improved doors that we're looking at for those?
Are you thinking of sort of the operable walls in between classrooms sometimes?
No, I just did a project like this and we opted to do more of a roll-up style door instead of these because of it was to us cleaner. And it's glass as well, but it kind of rolls up like a garage door almost.
Right.
Yeah, those are options, Rebecca, that we're talking about, whether it's storefronts or roll-ups so the idea though is something on those walls that creates indoor-outdoor space, but taking into account both cost and functionality. And
because those tracks kind of get full of gunk.
we have these at Miners Oaks and none of them open anymore because of settling of the buildings and so forth. And so we're looking into all of that, which is why we're doing a pilot.
Great,
And
thank you.
one of my concerns also would be the safety issue. I love the indoor-outdoor, but we also keep doing lockdown drills. And how quickly and easily is it to close these up? What are the safety precautions?
We talked about that too. So we'll be bringing this back to you for further. This is just kind of high level concept right now.
Yeah, as Tiffany mentioned, we had talked about, what if the bottom half was sort of frosted so that it still allows light in, but you don't necessarily have the visibility. So again, the idea is that there could be some sort of indoor-outdoor connection. The specifics of how we get there is the part that's still in progress. But all really good input that we will make sure to address. So along those lines of indoor-outdoor connections, we also envisioned what could potentially an outdoor classroom sort of prototype look like using the space. And you can see here, this is it's a little pixelated, but you can see here right now that space in between the two classroom wings is really just grass. There have been recently, I saw some great Adirondack chairs that have been put out in some of these spaces, which has been really popular. So we've taken that as well and incorporated it into the idea of maybe just further developing that space so that you could have outdoor seating areas, maybe some shade, areas with different types of furniture for high school students to be able to gather and lounge. Go outside and learn as well, really to activate that space more and make use of it. So some of the materials are outlined here, including some flagstone pavers, some other types of pavers that are currently already used on the campus. So integrating those, there's been a lot of success with those, and various types of furniture, an outdoor concrete sink, in order to bring some plumbing outside. So some simple ways, really through integrating more hard surface so that it's not all grass, sort of the feeling of a patio. So this is an idea of something to try out, and then kind of what that could look like to activate that space.
That's so exciting.
I really like this.
Speaking of designing for joy, right?
So then we also just wanted to include a brief update. A lot of the elementary school teachers were also very interested when we did the workshop and survey for the high school furniture, that we then did another workshop with more appropriate aged elementary school furniture in order to see what teachers preferred. And we're not going to go into it because this is more geared towards Nordhoff, but we did want to share that is something that happened, and there was a lot of really positive feedback, specifically on the sort of student and teacher chairs. The desks were a little bit more in flux with various grade levels having different opinions. And so one thing we discussed as next steps is perhaps doing a prototype classroom at various elementary schools in order to kind of see how those actually work out before a whole bunch of furniture gets ordered. So just kind of doing it smartly and cost effectively as well. So now to really the master planning part. This is a snapshot. So on June 3rd, we had a stakeholder meeting, what we called a stakeholder meeting, where different members of the community, teachers, who else was there? I don't even remember. A lot of different people, about 30 people that showed up. We separated into two sort of brainstorming groups in order to go over the sort of aquatics and fields as one group, and then the dining, NPR, and performing arts as another group, in order to get input on 4 options. So each group had 4 options to discuss, and we took down all those notes. It was much more extensive than this as well, and that's all in that bigger master plan book or package, to see kind of all of the pros and cons of each option. And then after we did all the pros and cons, we kind of selected the biggest pro and con, your top, filled those out, then did another round of looking at what would work the best. And the group chose what they felt were the best options. So in the case of aquatics, there were 2 options that we integrated, and mainly to do with location of tennis courts, also the location of the pool building, the size of the pool itself. And those were kind of some of the main driving factors that they felt would be great for a community use pool, as well as for the high school. And we'll show you that outcome in a second. Then on the MPR and the cafeteria, we showed options ranging from a full sort of, demolishing the cafeteria and kitchen, building a new kitchen, a large kitchen, and having a really larger NPR with a stage and telescoping seating, and really making it more of a performance venue, all the way to, what can we maybe do a little bit more cost effectively. And ultimately, those were the options that the group chose, that they would rather see a new kitchen, an expanded kitchen, to improve that functionality, renovation of the cafeteria, so that those items are less expensive and can be done in the short term. And then in the sort of long-term goals, that building G may be able to be demolished in the long term with a small performing arts venue with sort of a black box theater or whatever is determined at that time could be built in its place. But that's, again, down the future, probably not the funds for that in this bond measure. But at least it's planning smartly. What can we do now and what can we do later? So
Building G is where OHI Teams currently is.
Thank you.
oh, thank you. Yes.
You don't often hear
Olivia?
about that, so.
Yeah. Yeah, as architects, we always call it A, B, C, D, E, F, G. But so yes. So
Olivia?
here,
Olivia, this is
sorry.
Alan. Yeah, I just wanted to mention that as far as priorities, the cafeteria and the kitchen is something that we do have pretty high on our Measure K priority list. It's the performing arts and potential for the NPR that may exceed the ability to do in Measure K and would be postponed probably towards a future bond.
Thanks for clarifying.
And it
Yes.
has to do with the functionality of the kitchen, the age of the kitchen itself in terms of our ability to utilize it for preparation of food, which is important, and it's limited in its functionality currently and would be quite expensive for us to the plumbing and all of the things, the upgrades. And as you've seen this year, we're not even using it extensively because we didn't have kids on campus, and it's still been down for several months this year because of its age. And
with free meals, we may have a
right.
big increase in
Yes.
the number of students.
And I just wanted to make a quick comment. There's also in the budget that just passed, there's new grants coming out to assist with kitchens.
Yes.
So hopefully we'll be applying for some of those to offset bond money.
Yeah, there's actually a few grants we're working on, including a couple potentially related to the pool as well, when I can spend some time doing that instead of some of the other things I've been occupied with later. But yeah, there's definitely some good grant opportunities right now to potentially supplement our bond money. Olivia, can you make this bigger?
Yes, yeah, I'll zoom in. So so just wanted to show a little bit of the in its entirety, color coding. It might need some more sort of, on your own screens, in-depth zooming in and zooming out, but I'll kind of go from the upper corner and kind of try and go around. So here we integrated a lot of the comments from the pool. So one of the outcomes of the stakeholder meeting was that a 50-meter pool, a larger pool, was sort of a big desire, a must in some instances, because we did show all different sorts of sizes, multiple pools, smaller pools, and that was kind of a really big, a big item to incorporate. So that's why you see a 50-meter pool here. Granted, this is, very preliminary master planning. As we would move into the next phases, that's when it really would get programmed and developed. But this is more to show the location and about the size that it could take up. Just, that sort of proof of concept that yes, it can fit in this location. So it also includes public lockers and sort of a lobby, as well as student lockers, and coach's office, equipment room, storage room, even an outdoor classroom. So it could potentially include all of that as we move forward. But one of the big items was that by having this sort of split apart into public and private, or public and student private is what I mean to say, that the students could access the lockers, it could be fenced off and really separated from the public, whereas here parking, could still be at the sort of at the front of the building, between the gym, which is over here, this building M, and the new pool. So basically coming off the road, and you could park over here and by the pool, enter into the public side of the pool for when it's that shared use. But if you're a student, you can sort of be behind that line of security and able to access the locker rooms that way. The other great part about having the locker rooms on this side of the pool is that it allows for some shared use of restrooms and other things with the track and field. So it's a lot closer than going to the locker rooms at the gym, which is over here, building O. So one of the negatives is that, and I have to zoom out here, but currently there's a total of about 457 parking stalls. And in this option, we would go down to 415. So it does lose some parking spaces. However, in this option, so just prepare yourself for the next option, it is far less. So this option has more parking spaces available. And in order to kind of, offset that, we've also proposed having a new lot in front of building A here off of the road, which would allow for 56 parking spaces, as well as perhaps new 28 parking spaces kind of back here where there could be another lacrosse and soccer practice field. So back up to.
Do we have any idea, Olivia, do we have any idea of a parking study? Are we running out of spaces currently? Do we have plenty of room?
No, and I was going to ask Mr. Munson, because I know he was leading kind of this particular field, if you have any thoughts or feedback and anything to add about parking spaces and current needs.
Well, I would say currently on a daily basis, there isn't, as great of a need, but when you consider certain events, 4th of July, when you consider Friday night football games, if you are hosting a CIF playoff game, there could be, single events where parking could become an issue. But in terms of our student body and our staff parking, there isn't a great concern.
Anything else to add about the location of the pool, kind of at the front here, and thoughts about that programmatically for the campus?
Well, we felt that, one of the big priorities, with, the passage of Measure K was the community use in the pool. And the location of it near Maricopa Highway and away from, our classroom buildings would provide the greatest separation between the public and our student body.
Great.
That suggests that it would potentially be used during the school day by the public, right?
That's all to be determined.
Okay.
That we're not at that level right now. So that's definitely something that we would be discussing, and who would be running it and those kinds of things. Could, maybe not.
So, and we'll be able to look at the two options side by side as well, just to kind of, take you through all of the decision factors. Another element was to incorporate some sort of a new athletic gateway in order to, bring visitors onto this area for some new fields. So being able to incorporate 2 new softball fields and 2 new baseball fields. Fitting four fields on there right now, whereas currently there are only really 3, and then the one that's kind of over here where the lacrosse field is, I believe it doesn't function as well. So kind of really moving them into this hub, an athletic hub. And that then also allows, currently there are 3 basketball courts up at the front of the gym right here, and 5 tennis courts. So moving the tennis courts behind the gym, allowing for 6 courts, which will mean that the students can now participate in competitive tennis and have competitions on site. And then that also allows us to have a 4th basketball court by the gym. Some of the sort of the pros and cons that were discussed on that is that, it's sort of behind the gym, not up at the front anymore. But at least it allows for all that space, and it would be kind of close by the a practice field for either lacrosse or soccer in this location right here. And what you're seeing also is a potential for the M&O relocation. Don't know exactly, how much space that would take up, but we're right now planning that if the M&O takes up about half of that backfield site, then we could still fit a practice field in there as well, with those parking spaces nearby, so that it would be easily accessible to the field. We're also showing here in blue some HVAC upgrades to the gym. Both the gym and the locker room would also get some finish upgrades. So, just a refresh basically of that. And then in purple, what that's indicating is an addition. So the legend is over here on the right, but we might look at that addition, and it's really vague right now because it's master planning, but it could be just a sort of a canopy, a covered canopy, where we would renovate the weight room, be able to have students connect to the outdoors, do outdoor weights or outdoor yoga, other sorts of make it into a wellness center is one of the ideas, and perhaps pave an area as well, just to really improve that and extend it from what it is right now. So those are some, more minor renovations compared to the new aquatic center. Then as we move.
Sorry, can I ask a really quick question back towards the aquatic center? So the aquatic center wouldn't impact the football field, the football field at all, right? Like it would
Correct.
Still, if anything, it's going to be better because we're renovating the field and it'd have restrooms and locker rooms closer.
Yeah, correct. And there are a couple of little buildings. I think there's storage, and I think there might even be some restrooms over here. And so those would be getting demolished, but replaced with sort of, newer restrooms in the locker rooms.
Also, Olivia, currently those restrooms that are in that corner are not functional.
Not functional. Okay, yeah, thank you for reminding me.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Yeah, so, and then there was also talk of in the new gateway, it could perhaps have ticket booth, concession stand, maybe even some restrooms as well. So that is still to be determined, but sort of, some ideas that could be located down here as well, where it says this pink part where it says new gateway. Then as we move over into the center of the campus, everything in yellow, again, is the modernization of classrooms. So for these 5 buildings, D is the classroom prototype. So that's where the classroom prototype is currently for that one classroom. And then, the plan is that it would get phased to eventually either if it's just furniture, varying levels of finishes, but that all these classrooms would get a modernization and an upgrade. So then in this option, we're showing, again, purple for an addition. So basically we would remove the existing kitchen, demolish it, build a new kitchen that's modern, better functioning for your needs. And then with the dining room, that could get renovated. So we wouldn't be demolishing it, we would be saving basically costs by just renovating it, whether that means getting rid of the stage or just improving it, that would be determined as the project moves forward. But there were discussions in the meeting as well as because this phase 2, this pink building, again, as Alan was mentioning, that could be in the next bond measure, that could be down the road. But that in the meantime, we might have the opportunity as part of this kitchen dining project, cafeteria project, to add on a green room, and how that gets added on would be developed as the design process moves forward. But there would be that opportunity to kind of coincide with the stage. Then all of these other buildings in gray are, ones that we're not planning on touching. You know, the library right here, Building E, just got a beautiful new modernization and new furniture. So, you know, these buildings are all a lot newer. The science buildings, there wasn't determined that that was a need. And so that's why you're seeing that there's no scope or no, we're not touching those with the part of this bond measure. So that's the kind of the first option. The second option, very similar, and we'll look at them again side by side, starting up at the pool area. Again, that 50-meter pool. The bigger difference here is that we have sort of one building. Again, it allows for that opportunity to separate the public from the students. It allows for track and field and the students to access the locker rooms in this building right here, which I should highlight is this right here, which would be the built part. It also allows for the public to enter more off of the street. We had even discussed, you know, opportunities for potential expanded parking across the street for those special events for the public, that then they would basically be able to enter not from on the school site, but from the road, from the street side. Whereas the students would be entering from the campus side. So, you know, basically having a fence line between the parking and the courts, or it could even be over here as well if we wanted the courts opened up to the public. So that this option has all of those opportunities. The big difference on this option is that all of the hard courts, all of the athletic facilities are really consolidated around the gym and up front, available for the community and sort of much more public facing. The one negative, instead of 4 basketball courts, there's only 3 sort of potential in this option. So that's the same amount as you currently have, but we still then do get our 6 tennis courts in there for to have competitions. So as you can see, that one tennis court, this is where the existing aquatic, the pool building and the pool is. So that would get filled in, and you know, as the fields get renovated and installed, as well as the tennis court. Again, same as the other option, there's a potential for a gateway, new press box, athletic and track and field refresh. So all of that stays the same, including all of the scope at the gym, the fields. We looked at many different options, but this was really determined that they needed to have 4 fields and not 3. So this was sort of the optimal layout. The difference in this option, by not having the tennis courts behind the gym and moving them up front, is that it does allow for yet another sort of small lacrosse field. So really expanding the opportunity for outdoor fields. Otherwise, everything is pretty similar, including looking at having a new kitchen with a renovated dining facility and green room, and having the new small performing arts center capability in the future. The difference really between the 2 options is just how big your kitchen might be. And again, you know, how much the other option, just to compare, and we can look at it side by side, but sort of extends into the quad that hasn't been renovated yet. So that would be part of this. We would give a refresh, upgrade the quad, much like was already done to this quad between cafeteria and library. That's had a really nice modernization. So in this option, because we're kind of rotating the building, it would have more of an impact on the quad. So there would be some demolition and some reworking of that, as well as incorporating some sort of a covered lunch area. And again, you know, it's not necessarily, it has to be one or the other. It can be a hybrid. And as that project moves forward, you would get to see more options and sort of a more in-depth study on that project specifically. But we did want to get your input on if there's a direction that you're leaning towards versus, you know, one or the other, and just any input you had as we finalize this master plan effort. and move into the actual project design. So that's, I believe that's pretty much the last slide of that side-by-side view. Tiffany, did you want to open it up for comments or?
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, this isn't an action item. This is just for you to kind of give your feedback as we move forward with kind of where you think you have preferences. Sorry, Rebecca.
Yeah, just
go ahead,
a
Rebecca.
question on the baseball and softball fields. Their locker room would be where?
In the current locker room.
Okay.
So right here in Building O, right next to the gym.
Okay.
So there would be access to that from the fields.
Gotcha. And then the football locker room would be in the same location, or? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that we haven't necessarily, and Principal Monson, maybe you would want to address that as well. But we had talked about, that there's the opportunity for them, to use the restrooms, but I believe the intent is still that the locker rooms would really be, because they're a lot larger. We don't want to duplicate what you already have, because it would be costly. So they would use the existing gym locker rooms for football. Hopefully I'm explaining that correctly.
No, you are. There wasn't any intention to move the football locker rooms. So yeah, they were still going to remain in their their current location.
And there's both boy and girl locker room access over there, yeah?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And same with the pool. It would be boys and girls, and then for the public, men and women.
Anything else, Rebecca?
No, I think it looks amazing. It's very exciting. Nope, that's it for me.
Shelley?
I have a question I'm hoping Dave can answer about the tennis courts. My sense is, and I'm wondering if you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the tennis courts where they are currently get used a lot by the public on after school hours and weekends. And I'm wondering if they were tucked behind the gym, if you see that being a problem and public not having access, or would we still have public access to those during off-school hours?
Well, currently there is no public access to our tennis courts. They're used by Wild Tennis Academy through a rental arrangement, but our tennis courts aren't open to the public like our basketball courts are.
Okay. Well,
They're locked.
That's the answer then. I thought they were open. I didn't realize they were locked.
But also, outside of school hours, the community is all over the campus, regardless of where anything is located, the public is on campus. So I don't know that that's a huge consideration, given that they, currently access, like, there's a little BMX track behind here that was created, like, way back there, and it's used all the time. Not by us, but.
So it wouldn't be a huge impact to the public if the tennis courts were behind the gym. That was my concern. And in which case, I feel like with the second option, we lose almost 100 parking spaces. And I see the appeal of the access from Maricopa Highway to the pool. But honestly, I get the logic, but I don't think it's the reality. I feel like people aren't going to be accessing. They're going to pull into the parking lot and want access from the parking lot area. So the option one makes more sense to me, if that makes sense. That's all I have.
Michael?
Yeah, I was just trying to understand the difference in the two plans in the pool area, because I when you said that there were separate entrances for public and students on option 2, I thought that was also true of option 1. They were just on opposite sides of the building, or opposite sides of the pool. Okay, so
Yeah, correct.
option one, they're physically separated. Option two, they're all on the same side, but we can still do that separation.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, exactly.
All right. I like one, although I'm not sure if there's a demand for an additional lacrosse field. As I understand it, that is a growing sport, but I'm not really tied into that, so I'm not really sure.
I think it's lacrosse. Oh, you mean in
Yeah, the
option
small
two?
one. And also, I mean,
Yes.
how a small field is for what? Maybe for practice, but if it's not an official size, I'm not sure the benefit.
Is that what that means? That
I don't know, it says small, so how does?
Well,
Yeah,
I would
small
also
field.
say it doesn't have to be dedicated just to lacrosse. I mean, it could just be practice space.
Right.
You know, for any
Soccer.
team, you know, you've got
Yeah.
soccer, you've got, you know, potentially, you know, what's also coming is beach volleyball, you know, as a growing sport in our area.
Right.
And soon to be a CIF sport that's expanding.
So I have a couple questions. Where would the fans be for baseball and softball?
Oh, the stands. Yeah, those would get integrated into, you know, the spaces between. We've left enough room, but that would need to get developed.
Okay.
And then there was another
I'm-
option too, where, you know, instead of having the gateway and with the concessions and tickets and everything right here, you know, that there could be sort of a central hub as well, which we looked at, and, you know, it was sort of determined it was preferred to all be in one area right by the entrance. But that would be another option for them being closer to the sort of the baseball stands.
I mean, I have a couple of comments, but they're really not as important as the fact that I mean, this really says we have a focus for our athletes in our pool, our tennis athletes who haven't been able to actually have 6 courts, which is what you need to compete, is for our performing arts, the future of that. And so I just really appreciate what this says about the school and what the school has to offer students. I lean also towards option one. I know generally for the OHI tournament, those kind of things, they prefer those courts all in a row. For high school, for CIF, for if any of the community college end up playing there. The other thing I would say is Performing Arts Center. I know there was a point many years ago, about 13 years ago, when they developed a plan for a large Performing Arts Center. I don't know where it was. I have the impression it was somewhere where you added those possible future, yeah. I mean, it was significant, like larger than Matilaha, not a black box. I'd love to.
I also want to be thoughtful about the new owner of the Ojai Playhouse, right, which is a 250-seat theater, and how that might, if it, you know, when and if it reopens, which is the plan, how and when that might impact us as well, and then what would we be missing in town, in our community, if we have Matilaha and the theater, what value would be added by an additional facility at Nordhoff. And so I think one of the things we can do is kind of see how that plays out and then plan accordingly.
Absolutely. My understanding of the movie house as a theater is a very small stage for like a small ensemble, but it's not like you would use it for the Nordhoff musical or something like that.
I haven't seen it, so I'm not sure. But,
yeah. But in terms of our Matilaha, although the house size is nice, there's no fly space.
Right.
And so you can't bring in professional theater to Ojai. I don't know if there's a desire for that, but I like the idea that we talk to the community, and you guys have worked with what the school needs and also incorporated what some of the community needs. So I just think it's great. I really appreciate all that work.
I have one more quick question. So you had mentioned that the pink were in the plan 2, phase 2. So are we saying then that the aquatic center is in the phase 2 option?
Oh, no, sorry. The pink, it just indicates new construction in general. And so the plan is that the aquatic center would be part of this this phase, so of this bond measure, and then likely this building would need to come at a later date. And, you know, we're just showing it again for location and size, that what we could fit there in the future. We included sort of a black box, dressing room, scene shop, perhaps even a media center or broadcast studio for some AV capabilities and CTE program. So that's kind of the scope that we feel could comfortably fit in that area, and what would make it into a small performing arts center.
That's fantastic. So that would include like the professional sound equipment, so students can learn how to do that, and probably lighting as well. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
So no, it's really well done. I think I lean towards option 1 as well, but I do appreciate all the stakeholder feedback.
Can I ask you a follow-up question? Now that you talked about the Performing Arts Center in depth and thinking about the thoughtfulness of how we could proceed in the future, I'm wondering if there have been thoughts as to, I mean, that's not an empty space currently. So,
yeah, it's OHI teams currently, but we're going to need to relocate OHI teams anyways.
Oh.
So it will likely be empty pretty soon in the future, or utilized differently. In fact, next week, Adam, David, and myself are going to walk around and look at some of these specific classrooms and, you know, what rooms we have and how they're utilized, because we do have some space issues that we're going to need to change just because of the number of students and the way the classroom's set up and things like that. So there's also some grants, some large facilities grants out there for things like performing arts centers. So as we get a little bit closer, and again, given our own time and capacity, I think that, you know, there are some funding options that could be considered.
So I had a question on the green room space. In option 1, it's not colored in, and option 2, it's purple as
An addition.
Yeah, new addition. Does that mean it couldn't happen in option 1, or?
Yeah, I can, very perceptive. I can clarify on that. So, you know, we just wanted to show you kind of 2 very different options. Of course, things from option 2 can definitely get integrated into option 1. One of those things being the green room. So it's dashed because it shows, you know, there is space for it if that's something, you know, from option 2 that is desired to kind of move to option 1.
Jake, did you have any, Jake was on, is Jake still here? I should ask before, yeah, Jake is still here. Jake was on this particular piece around the Performing Arts Center, and Jake, is there anything you want to add around that part of the meeting and stakeholder feedback around the cafeteria, green room, theater options?
I think where Kim and I were having similar viewpoints is that we want the vision. We would like the performing arts to have sort of like priority and in its own space for a building, and then that would be sort of separate from broadcasting and digital media. But I'm not sure how that exactly ties in with this one. Like, I know that there was the idea of the green room on the back of the cafeteria, and then making that stage more usable was something that we liked. But then we did also sort of like the idea of this newer building that focused more on performing arts like dance and theater, and then leaning towards a remodel of the F building to actually become like a separate media entity.
So essentially, what we were presented with is, as we're going to upgrade the kitchen and the multi-purpose room, do we redo it to be the theater, or do we want to wait for another phase and then build another building and get everything that we wanted? And essentially, what the group came up with, and you can add if I'm incorrect, Jake, but essentially what the group came up with is, we would rather have what we want than spend, $5 million on an NPR room that's not what we want, just to get something sooner. And so that's a legitimate consideration is, do we do a halfway plan, or do we get what we really want? And I think everybody said, let's do what we really want than a halfway plan, because we're never going to get what we really want if we
That's right, that would be the end of it.
do a halfway plan. So that's kind of where we ended up with. So not to say that performing arts wasn't a priority, we just don't have enough money to do everything that we want in one phase.
Well, it sure would be nice if we could at least do the green room. I mean, something.
Yeah, there's, CTE facilities grants, there's performing arts grants that are kind of a bigger, not related to schools specifically. So I'd like to, once we have a direction, and of course, all of this master planning is part of what goes into all of those facilities grants. All the stakeholder engagement is part of what goes into those facility grants and makes us competitive for that. So it's good that we're doing this and that it's included in this master plan so that we can utilize that for additional funding opportunities.
I have written many of these facilities grants, and I would say this alone, having this is like a gigantic advantage in the application process. It will weed us out into the yes category, and they are very generous. The ones that I've applied for, and they could go up because of the budget this year, but go up to $3 million of matching funds, which is pretty amazing. So it would spread our bond dollars a lot further.
There's a really exciting grant. I'm excited. I want to tell you about. I just want to make sure we can get. We just need a little bit of time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
Anybody
for allowing us
else?
to work with
Thank
you
you.
all
Thank you.
and presenting.
Thank you, Olivia.
Thank you.
To the whole A4E team and
Yes.
all of your support and back-end
Yeah.
support and all of this work.
All
Glad
right,
to
thank you.
share.
We'll move on to, 4.2, which is our presentation of preliminary Matilah Grounds Master Plan. And
Mike,
that
are
is
you
who is presenting that?
I saw
Michael
We're
Wilsdorf.
here.
Hello.
Yes, there's Mike. Great.
Just making sure my mic's working. I've been having some issues here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
So I see
Okay.
Brianne and Mike and Chris.
All right, we're all here. Thank you. Yeah, what a fun project to follow there. That's exciting to see all the neat ideas coming forward on Nordhoff. I think what's neat for us to see is some of the same goals that you presented to us for the Matilah project. We've seen those take shape on that Nordhoff plan as well. So neat stuff. So for us, this is a check-in on the Matilah conceptual campus renovation plan. And the plan here, this is going to differ from what you just saw with Nordhoff, because this is really a plan that's going to focus on very specific site improvements and renovations to the historic Matilah campus. And so what you're going to see tonight from us is really us showing you the homework that we did to start to develop some of the goals and program elements that we want to. Yeah, briefly, Chris, are you able to share your screen?
I'm trying.
I was
Is it
just
not
looking
working?
to see.
Oh, I see. Hang on one sec.
Are you allowed to, or do I need to do something?
I think I need to hit the share button. I thought I had it, but there's
Sorry about that.
something I got to do here. Okay. Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. Got it.
Great.
All right. So, really this project in terms of our focus, right, we're looking at ways of one, improving the campus overall, the site improvements overall on the campus. But what we want to do is really bring forward the potential of this campus, this historic campus. This is for me personally, a neat project to be a part of. I actually grew up and attended school in the district, and I currently have 2 daughters in the district as well. My daughter going to 6th grade here this coming year. So this one is very close to home, and it's fun to be a part of it for sure. And so what we want to do is walk you through our analysis that we put together on the site, and also show you some of the things that we've done in terms of engagement. We were able to have meetings with students on campus, which was really fun. Brianna will walk through that in a little bit. But also we were able to put out some surveys. So students, parents, and teachers and staff got to chime in on some of their recommendations for the site before we got started. And so tonight, what we wanted to do is check in with you here about midway through our process. That slide was perfect, Chris, if you want.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah. We're about midway through our process here on this conceptual campus renovation plan. And so that orange box on the left, we've taken in our analysis and inventory of the site. We've done a lot of studies on site. If you've looked at your handout packet, there's a bunch of slides in there showing you all the analysis that we've gone through. We partnered that analysis that we took part of on site and paired that with the information that we gathered from students, teachers, staff. And what we've done with that is develop that into what we see as the direction for this project. We're calling it the design program, right? So we're looking at opportunities of how we can better use the site and better serve the students and the teachers as we move forward to take advantage of the bond measure. So this is just the first step. We're excited to come back at a later date when you get to see some of the really fun design ideas. But what we want to show you right now is our process and some of the key goals that went into getting to where we are tonight. So we'll flip to this next one. I think the first thing we were able to do was walk with Tiffany and team on site with those key stakeholders to really gather from them what are the key goals for this project. And so I want to lay this out here just briefly. Number one, improve the campus entry sequence. So we know that the auditorium and that space adjacent to the library, that's a very important community space, right? And so we want to take a look at the opportunities of how we can better serve those uses there. Number two, drop off and pickup zones. We know that how busy that can be during the mornings and afternoon pickup. And so how do we go ahead and maximize that area while also showcasing the entry to the school? And then, number three, obviously with the landscape project, we want to improve the visual look at the campus. And so what can we do to really showcase the school's identity, one from the outside, from the community looking in, but also internally with how the students and staff use the site. Campus circulation throughout, I mean, that's a very important piece, right? So looking at accessibility and just better connections between classrooms and outdoor spaces. And using those elements to really increase the value on campus for students. I think, the ideas that were presented in the Nordhoff plan with the indoor-outdoor connections and those outdoor classroom spaces, I think those are some of the fun ideas that we're starting to look at here for Matilaha. And then again, some of the functional things, we know that there's some issues with drainage on site. And so looking at ways of how to incorporate that into the landscape, maybe it becomes a teaching element within the site design. And so those 6 goals were things that we heard from that initial walk with Tiffany and the team. And so we took those goals, and that sort of shaped our effort in terms of our analysis on site, but also the engagement that we took part in with the users. And so I think that's our next step here is Brianne's going to walk you through a bit of our analysis here. And I do want to offer too, if you do have the full packet, feel free to ask any questions. What we're going to see tonight is a very truncated version. We wanted to try to compress that for you so you don't get into the weeds with us on some of these things we looked at. But by all means, if you've got a question, please bring it up and we'll jump right in.
Thanks, Mike. This is the compilation of about 30 pages, I think, of analysis that we've sent off to you. So it's a lot, but there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of things that we found on site that we wanted to record. So what you're seeing, the dashed lines going through campus, that's circulation. And then the circles are what we're calling nodes. So they're areas that are really important during certain times on campus. So there's circulation nodes, they're activity hubs, so to speak. And the different colors represent different times of day or different use types during school times and then after campus, because we're looking at how the campus can also become a community asset, not just an asset for students and teachers. As you see the pink line that's coming through campus, that is what we're looking at as this core opportunity to connect all these different opportunities. We're almost thinking of it as our central corridor, so to speak. You can see how all the circulation pieces going to the different opportunities come right off of that. but yeah, this is all the colors represent the different opportunities and priorities, and then the circulation that we've mapped throughout. And so we had the great opportunity to engage with both students, students and parents, and with teachers as well. So we did have an on-campus day where we interacted with over 200 kids, where we were able to do some preference voting and ask them general questions about what they wanted to see on campus. One of the main takeaways from that is that kids are really interested in more passive opportunities for recreation. So the district and the school is doing a really great job already of programming for active recreation. So we're seeing things like these hangout spaces that you'll see in 2D with 70%, which that was the biggest vote getter of the day. It was like these, or these just passive, hangout, chill spaces to talk and socialize. And then some of these gathering areas that offer different opportunities that aren't available on campus, like the hammocks were very popular, and actually some of the kids had designed some plans that they actually brought to us that had the idea of incorporating these hammocks or quieter spaces, because the campus is already doing a great job of offering the really active stuff.
Brianne, can you zoom in and just walk us through the pictures of like just the top vote getters in each of those areas? Could you maybe zoom in so we can see those a bit better?
Yeah, Tiffany, this is just the 4 of the 8 categories. So you all have to reference to the larger version for more of the results, but I'd be happy to. So number 1 was seating. And so we offered benches, natural seating, movable furniture, and then they really like this idea of picnic tables that involve some type of solar electricity. I think kids like to be plugged in, but there's also this value for school as well, right? You could plug in your tablets, or if you're there after school working on homework. They thought that was really cool, and the fact that there could be like light as well. For number 2, there's been a lot of talk on campus about there being some type of play structure for the kids. And so we wanted to make sure that we offered some options that involve maybe more agility-based play, because this in-between age that the kids are, and that was actually the least vote getter of the day. The field games would be adult play, like adult play twists on traditional play was C. The kids really like the swings, but D, again, is that like, we're thinking of it as being like platform recreation. So the bottom photo there, the D on the bottom, is showing this more like treehouse, and that's not necessarily, it's more just the idea of like something that's above grade. There's a lot of really great opportunities on Matilah campus to take advantage of slope, because the whole campus is kind of sloping. So we're seeing it as it's accessible from one side, so it's an equal play opportunity for kids of all abilities, but it does offer maybe some cool opportunities for there to be like a rope, or really to be seen and see, right? Like kids really want to, especially at this age, they want to be able to like see each other, but they also want to be on some type of a platform. So that's the idea there. And then for 3, so these were different ideas about gathering spaces. So movable furniture, seating on edges, amphitheaters, and then D again, that was that quiet spaces, spaces for 1, 2, or 3 kids to hang out, and they really like the idea of the hammock. So I think that was the majority of the vote getter. But the amphitheater type seating came out a lot in the voting as being like a high preference, and we know that that's something that the district is interested in as well. And so you'll see for 4, which is our outdoor classroom ideas, the amphitheater was the top vote getter there for different ideas. Can you scroll over, Chris? Just drag it. So yeah, like amphitheater, we showed like more of like an outdoor lab experience. Again, just like seating, to learn with seating, and then the chalkboard idea. And that, got a good amount of votes as well, but 2/3 of the vote went to the amphitheater.
And Kelly, anything to add to this from the principal's perspective about how kids utilize the space in the campus and recreation activities, et cetera?
Well, I appreciate the fact that Brianne is pointing out that we are providing a lot of active, opportunities for students, especially during the lunch period.
because we do have a majority of students who are going out and using the fields and using the basketball courts, and that's a wonderful thing. But there are groups of kids who are definitely very interested in having more comfortable options for just socializing. And I think that Brianne's also really insightful about this whole idea of seeing and being seen, which is certainly something I think that is appropriate and relevant to middle school students. And the other thing that Brianne brought up was accessibility. And of course, with our sloping campus, accessibility points for students of all abilities is something that's really important and was really brought home this year when we have a student who became wheelchair bound, who wasn't traditionally wheelchair bound, and just on the few moments where she came on campus to try and find ways to get her into spaces where her friends were was challenging. And so I think that they've done a really good job of addressing all of those issues. And, you know, I love a good hammock and of course the outdoor amphitheater, you know, type of seating for classrooms I think is valuable. I think my only concern with amphitheaters is that it's more challenging to create spaces where students are being collaborative. My personal experience as an educator, when I have been in an amphitheater style, it tends to lead to, the teacher center. And so that would be my only concern, would be somehow to build into the amphitheater something that would also allow for student collaboration within that space.
That's great feedback, Kelly. Thank you. And I'm glad that you mentioned the accessibility stuff as well, because we're going to come back to that more. And with this recreation ideas, when we get to the programming part, we have some more ideas about how this recreation can or could be played out. So, like we mentioned,
hold on for just a second, Brian.
I'm wondering if there's anything specific to, now that we have sixth graders on campus, if you're seeing sixth graders really needing anything specific in regards to recreation.
So Brianne and I actually have had a conversation about this, and Brianne, are you planning on addressing that, the sixth grade situation?
No, but I can. Yeah, we're not going to talk about the sixth graders specifically in the conversation. I mean, in the presentation, but I can, or I'll follow your lead.
I know. There's definitely some interest among, I think, especially the sixth grade team, and I don't want to misrepresent them, but I do think that their interest and the community's interest, of course, to allow for the sixth graders to have a specific area that's designated for them is valuable. And it's challenging to really understand exactly how that dynamic is playing out, because COVID has really interrupted the entire process, basically, of students really acclimating to school and being in a space for a significant period of time to figure out how that works. And while I do think it's important to make certain that sixth graders have accessibility to specific things, we also want to make certain that they are being well integrated into the school community. We don't necessarily want to isolate the sixth graders in a kindergarten yard, because they are growing, and that's part of that process, for them. So we want to make certain that they can have their area, but also encourage a more vertically integrated school so that everyone feels like they're part of the community equally.
And I didn't really mean a
separate
I
understand.
section. I wondered if there were specific things that sixth graders, they're going from a campus where there were playgrounds to play on, and to a campus where there really aren't.
Right, and we've seen the sixth graders, they love playing ping pong. We have ping pong tables out. They love playing spike ball, and they love doing cornhole, although I will beat all of them, but so they're adapting to this transition and understanding, there isn't a play structure and swings, and I do think that all of the options that they're providing are age appropriate and developmentally appropriate. Kids want to move up, not backwards, when it comes to everything from academics to recreation to socializing. And while we want to make certain that it's done in an appropriate developmental period and process, you know, just saying that we want to have the middle school be a reflection of the elementary school, I'm not certain that everyone's really in that same headspace, but.
Yeah, I'll just add that the reason why we did include like an active, like almost like a play set, agility set, was because we heard that that might be a need or an interest of the sixth graders. And it was actually the sixth graders who did some site designs, who shared them with us, that were really into the hammocks idea. And they really just want to have spaces that they feel are integrated with campus, but that they can own. Because right now you guys are doing a great job of providing program area off the sixth grade wing where they're spending a lot of time. But I think they want to feel like there's more opportunities, and that quad that's right there in the center of all the classrooms, we'll go to a site map shortly. There's a ton of opportunity there for us to create these integrated spaces that have a lot of stacked values that can be used for recess, but could be used for learning, that can also be a great circulation corridor with a ton of shade. So I think it's just about integrating more spaces and social spaces and areas where kids can fall into with their various groups.
Yeah, and I think that quad is not used at all, that little area you're referring to. I do have fears about the hammocks, though. I could just see too many kids getting on them and breaking them and flipping each other out and racing each other to get there.
So I like the one up at the top.
Yeah, that one's
and the
not
right,
bad, at the very top,
Yeah.
upper right.
So we would definitely be thoughtful about how to having been a middle school teacher, that was my first thought also, but we'll. Yeah, so that'll be in the future, but
yeah,
we hear you.
we'll work on some potential solutions that meet that need, but that are also safe and that are going to obviously meet DSA and don't cause a bunch of additional like viewing needs for teachers to be out there watching it. You know,
Supervision.
the idea is not to add more to teachers' plates, but just enrich the experience and try to. Like, these are ideas, but these aren't necessarily the ideas that are going to work for Matilaha specifically.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So we also did surveys. So we sent out a couple Google Form surveys, and we were able to reach 10 students with parents, and then a dozen of the teachers from Matilaha responded. We got a lot of great feedback from that, and we also met with a lot of teachers when we had our engagement day on campus, and then site walks. We've met a lot of the administrators on campus, which has been great. Kelly and I have gotten to spend quite a bit of time together, which has been awesome for this inventory part and really understanding what's going on campus. So yeah, the students were interested in a progressive program. There's an interest in how we can utilize water as both a teaching element, a play element, and an aesthetic element. There's a lot of stormwater issues on site. Obviously, campus needs shade, so trying to do that in as natural way possible. The courtyard in the front of campus is seen as a separate space, so we're going to be looking how to integrate that more with both campus use and then after school use, with the theater being there and the library being there. Yeah, and that parents are interested in having drinking water access, which I think Adam's working on right now. More shade, more recreation, and then we'll go to a map in a second, but we've created a key map with zone numbers. So zones 6 and 10 are particularly underutilized. So that's kind of like the backyard of school that's out there on Ojai Avenue, and then the area that is adjacent to the parking lot, and then where the field is.
I have a quick comment. Just, I know this is ever changing, but with the new COVID mask standards of needing to mask indoors, but not needing to mask outdoors. I know in my district, we've heard a lot of families really want more outdoor learning spaces. So to me, this is super exciting to see that we're thinking about these opportunities already before our kids come back.
Well, yeah, I think another point that's on here that I didn't point out yet is that we did ask teachers about like what are their needs for outdoor classrooms if they were to take their classrooms outside, and was there an interest in that? And there was a strong interest in it, and teachers are really wanting to put a whole classroom in the outdoors at one time. And I think there's the ability to get 2 or 3 classrooms outside at a time in the spaces that we're planning, if that's wanted. But that the additional resources that are needed to do that were quite limited. So it's just like we need seating and we need shade. And so we can definitely help accommodate that with this plan. I'm gonna toss it over to Chris. Oh, we can't hear you,
I think
Chris.
you're muted, Chris. Nope.
Yeah, it was working at one point.
No, that was Mike.
And I don't see that you're muted, Chris. We just can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, we got you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Opportunity constraints are kind of our next step after inventory analysis and feedback. And through this, we found a few kind of standout pieces. And we're going to go through a few different kind of zoom ins to talk about these. For this section, which is the El Paseo Road section, pedestrian bicycle vehicular conflicts is a major constraint, probably the biggest one. There's also access, and all of these are going to have access for people of all abilities issues that we'll want to kind of rethink in terms of opportunities for improvements. Major opportunities here are going to be enhancements to the courtyard space that would be here in front of the library and the auditorium, and improving entry sequence kind of across the board here, whether it be in zone 2 or 1. There's also the gym, and there's a gathering space and renovation access that's going to be worked out at some point along in the future as well there. Some of the opportunities in these spaces might include things like seating enhancements to the courtyard, but also pavement and stormwater. There's lots of options through here moving forward, and we're going to get to program after this, which is kind of a taking in all of this information, including opportunities and constraints, analysis and engagement into some specific ideas of what might improve these areas. So for this zone,
can you go back just a second there, Chris? Has there ever been discussion of turning that section 1 into a bus lane, like the buses? Because that seems to be a major problem, is that buses and cars are both in area 2.
Yeah, there sure has.
I mean, I'd hate to lose grass space, but
that's on the table for sure. It's been designed even in some ways. So
Chris, I can jump in there. We've actually had discussions with the city. We've parked buses there, taken pictures to see the traffic go by. The city is in favor of us putting the bus lane there because it will help slow down traffic on El Paseo. There's a whole plan that was drawn up for this, and so that's something that we'll be working in conjunction with the city on to accomplish. And the idea of separating the bus traffic from the student drop off by parents is a high priority.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, definitely on the table. So in the active recreation zone is kind of what we're calling it, zones 4, 5, and 6. We have steep slopes. We need to get fire trucks through. We also have a lot of sun exposure. So we have opportunities to plant some more trees and to break up some pavement space with more trees. And we also have aesthetic opportunities along Ojai Avenue here that there's been some interest in. And a major issue here is access down to the field. So how do we get from zone 4 down to the field, and how do we get from the quad, which is over to the right, down to the field? These are pieces that we're looking to solve moving forward. In the gather and learn spaces, which in large parts are 8, 9, and 10, but also connected to 7 and 11. Again, we have steep slope issues. We also have sun exposure and some issues with security, and we have this entrance that's a pedestrian entrance off of Ojai Avenue. And we're looking at establishing that a little bit more formally, in addition to also creating accessible pathways for people to get from the quad down. There's a lot of opportunity in Zone 10 in regards to anything from outdoor learning to platformed play areas to natural play areas, drainage swales. It's a really unique space for us to work with. That's the end of.
And when you talk about,
Yep. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I just actually saw the word there. So you talk a lot about stormwater management, but you're also talking about holding some of the water on campus and.
Right.
Or,
so what we'd be doing is intercepting it and slowing it down through stormwater garden. So they're basically at the low end of slopes would be really good spots for us to put gardens, but also to some extent even higher up to catch things that are coming down. An example would be adjacent to 7, it's a high point and there's water coming down it all the way towards 9. And, how can we capture that at the high point to keep everything from the paved area at 7 from crossing down and becoming a problem in the classrooms at 9? It's a major issue that we're going to be looking to solve. In addition to the pedestrian circulation that needs to get improved to allow for accessibility through these spaces. Along number 9, as you know, there's a lot of grade separation between the classrooms and the open space, and there's railings. The hope would be to figure out ways of making those grade separations part of a breakout space or part of a stormwater garden, or part of an amphitheater or outdoor learning. Like just basically take advantage of it rather than make it an encumbrance. So we're going to get into that a little bit with programming moving forward. Up here, through here is the design program. We have 4 different sections of design program that we want to talk about, and then we're going to end with a map that has these same icons kind of placed on the plan itself at areas where we think these kind of things could be going on, and those will all work to influence our conceptual plan moving forward into our next phase. So for circulation access, the biggest thing is reducing pedestrian vehicular conflicts as a starting point, like starting from not Ojai Avenue, that's El Paseo Road, down. How do we improve that sequencing? We have a lot of different modes of movement happening between pedestrians, cyclists, cars, and buses, and we need to figure out how to do that more safely. But also, once you're on campus, we need to provide accessible walkways as much as possible to places that currently need a little bit of help with that. And the entry point at Ojai Avenue and Country Club Drive becomes a major program piece where we can create a more intentional access point there and make sure that we have pathways that are ADA compliant leading from there all the way up into school. Bicyclist and cycle parking is another issue, and there's we can do things with that to improve it, to move it out of a parking lot and move it into a more pedestrian space so that cyclists aren't competing as much with cars for space. Additionally, access to the athletic field and the quads is a major issue. Some ideas of how these kind of things might happen is, in this picture, you can see something that would be like a gathering space, and it's separated by pathways. So rather than having it be 100% paved, we have pathways that could be accommodating grade changes to having a smaller gathering space in the middle. This could be 30 to 60 students instead of enough space for everyone. But in this way, we can use the slope without creating ADA compliance issues. Additionally, there's ways that we can create barriers like stormwater in areas to kind of separate cars from people. That's one of many methods, but we have stormwater issues and we have car issues, and how can we kind of connect those two problems and create a solution? Next up is amenities, and for amenities, we are seeing there being a lot of opportunity for outdoor learning in different scale. We know the classes have to accommodate 30 people, but there's also probably good options for smaller groups as well. The biggest encumbrance that we saw in terms of our engagement to that is shade and seating. So how do we provide seating in areas that have shade? How do we provide new shade in areas? And how do we get the seating that we need? Are all good program pieces for us moving forward. I don't know if it's surprising, but there's a lot of interest in drinking fountains and water bottles. I think part of that might be COVID related because of the changes in access to drinking fountains, but it's clear that students are parched, so we have an opportunity for that. The library and auditorium courtyard represents, it's a really great space that is an access point into the whole campus, but also can be breakout for public spaces or public events at the auditorium, but also could be a really interesting kind of indoor-outdoor space adjacent to the arcade. If we can kind of break that barrier down with maybe terrace seating, something along those lines. And then we have marketing opportunities along Ojai Avenue that we think could be explored in further detail later. I'm going to pass back to Brianne for the next couple of program pieces here.
Yeah, so for recreation and social spaces, we're really thinking about, again, shade. How can we use the slopes to create planting areas with trees? Again, the idea of these overlook areas or platform extensions, using the sloped areas to create these new program pieces for hanging out or potentially even outdoor classrooms. Providing some more active recreation, but really zeroing in on the things that we know the kids love, like Gaga Ball. We know that the kids fundraised for a new Gaga Ball pit at the school. And sounds like you guys already have the supplies and everything. So just picking a location for that, the right location for the school, and giving the kids what they want. We've had a couple interactions where kids are like, we don't want one Gaga Ball pit, we want 3, but just listening to them about what they do want for active recreation. And then creating these unique spaces designed for smaller groups, so the smaller social spaces. And something that I did want to add to the pieces I offered earlier about what the kids on your campus are saying is that I've come across some research lately that is saying that, when we think of kids of this age, we think they just need to get their energy out and they're full of, new hormones. And so we think active recreation, but especially for girls at this age, they want spaces that they feel secure and safe, but where they can be social. And so really thinking of these social spaces as recreation spaces where not just girls, kids of all genders can feel safe, but really thinking of this other piece, this passive recreation piece, as an important piece that lives and breathes on this campus. And then creating some informal play areas. So some of these like natural areas, like we're talking about the stormwater pieces, like them being informal play areas with, like a boulder or a log or something where kids can run and jump and play and use some more of that imaginative play that's not gone at this age, right? Definitely, again, more shade, and then providing lighting for evening sports. So like I mentioned previously, we are thinking about as Nordhoff's program shifts and changes to maybe cater to some more of these sports teams or things that are coming on campus, renting out facilities. How does Matilha become a new community space for people? And just driving by at night, I'm seeing groups of people out there playing soccer, playing basketball. How do we offer that amenity to the community year round with adding lighting? And so again, like the tree, thinking of, can you go back? Sorry, Chris, I just want to talk through the pictures really quick. This could be an amphitheater, right? So they're seating all around. And so a teacher could be in the center or kids could be in the center and they could be utilizing that as an outdoor classroom, but then it doubles as a lunch space and a place for kids to hang out. This idea of the shade structure that also doubles as an outdoor classroom where kids can be working out equations. And then the circulation corridor, which there's edges where kids can hang out and relax in the shade. But it's really that main corridor through campus. And then again, the platform idea, not necessarily of that height or of that tree grove size, but the idea that something where kids can access and hang out and be seen and see. Ground games was really popular with the kids. So how do we take the asphalt area that you already have that's being programmed as sports courts and introducing some maybe some color and some additional like wall games where kids can get out there with the resources that you already have. It's something that's a really high value, low investment thing to try out with these kids, just splashing a little bit of color. And then, yeah, some of these adult takes on traditional play, like the swings. And then planting, so again, wanting to improve aesthetics of the frontages of the school. So what the school looks like from the outside looking in, but then also how do we develop the plant material on the inside to provide shade, and do that in a way that's not creating a huge maintenance concern for David, doing it in a way that is concerted and where we're putting those aesthetic improvements, but not double or tripling the maintenance that the team's already doing. And then creating some flexible irrigation, prioritizing specific zones, so we're not gonna kill the bill with water as well. And then like Chris was talking about, improving the stormwater capture to keep water on site in these places of aesthetic improvement. So when it does rain, we're really taking advantage of where that water is going. And the school, we haven't talked about this yet, but the school has beautiful, beautiful existing oak trees. And unfortunately, because of age, a couple of the trees have been lost recently. So we want to make sure that we protect the trees that are on campus and really showcase them as great pieces of value.
And so we know we got to wrap up here. Thanks, Brianne. This is our kind of very heavy icon-based thought of how some of these pieces might come together. It's very, very schematic, but we're kind of, this is part of our process more than anything else, and we're kind of sharing part of our process of consolidating those previous tools, analysis, engagement, opportunities, constraints, program, and how does some of that live on site. And this is going to inform our design moving forward into the conceptual site plan, which is our next piece that we're going to do as soon as we get some feedback about the program that we've presented here. And then we'll be presenting that conceptual site plan in August. And then from there, the school district is going to work on prioritizing plans and projects. And that completes our presentation, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Rebecca?
I think my biggest question is when do we start? When is it? On campus? Like, I want to see it.
Do you mean when do we start specific projects, or when do we start the conceptual design?
When do I start seeing dirt turning on that?
Yeah.
There?
Well, we have some approvals that, so this is phase one of an overview, and your opportunity as a board to give us feedback and direction so that when we come back to you with specific approvals, we know we're on the right track, rather than you seeing specific approvals for the first time.
Gotcha. Well, in all seriousness, I am super excited about this project for my own personal reasons that my son will be there, but next year, this coming year. But also, I just think that there is a need on that campus. It's such a big campus, and there's definitely a need to focus the spaces. And I love that we're taking this opportunity to add diversity, to add just more usable spaces for kids to be on that campus. That field is huge, and it's not super fun to sit on. It's kind of rocky and not great, like we tried, but and bringing shade elements, like I think it'll really help with improving discipline issues, improving just kids' general attitude, and that whole, designing for joy and making kids feel important by having a beautiful place to be is really important to me. So I think it's a super great job. I love that you've gotten so much community feedback, and I love that we're asking kids because they're our customer, and it's important that they have the input on this. So thank you. Job well done. Keep going. That's all I got.
Shelley?
I'm laughing at myself for my sixth grade question because I'm remembering now what fifth grade looked like to me, and it looked like as a fifth grader that we would climb the jungle gym, not to climb the jungle gym, but to have a space where we could sit and talk and cocoon ourselves. So yes, that's I think you said developmentally, that's exactly right. I'm curious about if we've had a lot of input from Mr. Gard in developing spaces for gardening and his gardening programs, and I'm seeing Kelly nod at me.
I'm nodding, yes. We made we took special care with Mr. Gard to make certain that he had even more time with the team than other teachers and other groups of kids. And of course, because of the way Mr. Gard teaches his course, there were kids also who were in other classes, but who have had Mr. Gard during different points in time during the year, and they were able to give a lot of feedback as well. But yes, we've taken special care to make certain that Mr. Gard is an acknowledged and valued stakeholder.
And it was
because
also,
he just puts so much into it.
He does. He puts a lot into it, and I was thinking about the different. In fact, I asked my kids this over the weekend about. I can visualize all the different gardens at the different schools, and I thought, does Matilah grow vegetables? I couldn't remember any vegetables, and I had one kid who said yes and one kid who said no, so I still don't know the answer.
I believe that there are currently vegetables growing in the planters.
Are they outside what used to be his room?
Okay.
Yes, in
Tomato
room
room
12 and room
aloe
10, right there in that space, there are beds.
Focused on some succulents and stuff before, so.
They're both, yes.
Okay, so just making sure that there was spaces where the Matilah gardening could still happen, that kids are involved in the actual growing of things. So that was one of my thoughts. And I don't know how swings do at junior high or middle school, and so I'm just going to throw it out there, but I know that, like, it's got all those slopes and swings that go over slopes. When kids are getting older, we're way fun, but maybe that's a not cool thing for me to say at a board meeting, because they can also cause
from jumping off at the high point
and
the low point
I'm
of the
just
slope and the high
imagining
point of the swing.
a lot of broken wrists and that too, but I was thinking about there's a big swing setup at Thatcher that my kids actually asked to go to swing on, and so that came to mind. But overall,
Very tall.
it's a very tall swing.
Yeah, so it's not over an unsafe area, but it's just a big, long.
So the kids love it.
Really, I'm glad you brought up the swings, because those were one of the more passive recreation elements that are like a good social space where kids just like to hang out and swing a little, but like they're doing something, but just lightly, you know? So that's another idea why we would like to incorporate the swings, but we would probably recommend them for a flatter spot on campus due to safety reasons. And then Chris is showing one of the pieces of our inventory that's in your like comprehensive packet that we sent. But we did inventory what's currently on campus. And so soil versus what's mulch versus what's like turf, or what is maintained turf versus shrub areas. And then Chris, if you go to the next slide, it's loaded. So the blue areas are the areas that Steve Gard has been maintaining. So you can see a lot of the areas that are shrubs or perceived to be shrubs, Steve Gard's been maintaining for the school and for the district, which he's been doing a great job, but we've, in talks and the time that we've spent with him, we've been able to identify the areas which he wants to keep stewardship with the kids, and the areas that maybe we have the opportunity to do some distinct planning for, that then David's team could, like that, those targeted areas that David's team could maintain in the long run. But yeah, he's doing great things for the campus, and it was really fun because we got to be with his kids that are helping maintain it. And it was interesting to hear what are the things that they like doing, and maybe there are ideas that we can come up with to help strengthen that side of the programming on campus as well. So yeah, it was a fun piece. And thank you, Kelly, for facilitating that for us.
Yeah, I one quick comment on that too. Sorry, I should have mentioned this, but it would be awesome. I don't know if we have the funds or even the ability to, but to see a little greenhouse space for that program on campus next to wherever he is keeping
He
his.
actually has a small, like, little grow house that's behind where the faculty lounge is, where he has thousands of seedling plants growing right now. So he's going to provide me with a list of the plants that they're growing from seed, and potentially we can incorporate those into the planting of one of the specific areas on campus.
That would be awesome.
I think he's sending the kids home with a lot of seedlings, but he had quite a bit while we were in there. And so I think that there's a unique programming opportunity there.
Well, ultimately, it looks great. I know that when my kids were there, the constant complaint was shade and seating areas, lunch areas, places to hang out. They would mark their territories because there wasn't a lot of territory for seating. So I'm very appreciative and very excited.
Michael?
Yeah, I really like this, but what I like most is the amount of surveying and input that you've taken, and the depth and the detail. I was going over all those color-coded charts and then over again just to make sure I understood them. But this gives us a really solid platform, and I feel very confident that we have a strong feeling of what our kids want, and a good shot of providing it. So I'm with Rebecca. It's like, okay, when?
And if I could just share, in the Nordhoff presentation, there was a stakeholder group, but less specific feedback on each of those projects. When we get to the pool, when we get to the green room, that's when we would have this level of student and parent engagement, right? So in the bigger master plan, where the basketball courts go is not so much a student input issue, but the designing of facilities for kids to use will be where we get to that level of input. So I want to frame that's the expectation for all of these projects.
Cool. Oh, I really like it. Thank you for the work.
Yeah. And I have to say that I think it's a huge impact into the culture of the campus. Mm-hmm. It is one of the schools that just lacks with it. You get there, and we used to think, it's because you're only there 2 years, but I really think it has a bit of an identity crisis, and this kind of says, this is what we are, and this is what we value, and the kids here. I mean, I remember one of my sons in 7th grade, there was one great table in the shade, and it was always 8th graders there. So he was looking forward to the next year when he was an 8th grader and he could get to that table. So it's like now you're going to provide that there's going to be multiple tables and multiple shade areas, and I think that's really great. So thank you. I think that's it.
All right.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
We look forward to seeing you again.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, we're
Thank you,
moving
Mike.
on to. I did want to. This is where I'm adding the item before the consent calendar. Just want to publicly confirm that we are not having a meeting on July 21st. It was originally a regular meeting from back in December, but we will not be needing a regular meeting now in July. So if there's any comments or...
Vote on that, or are we just mentioning? Can we do an action that
we can, because we did an emergency modification, so if we have a motion to approve a cancellation. We don't officially, in terms of ed code and our bylaws, there's no, actually Michael and I discussed this, so there's no laws around canceling meetings. It's more about scheduling meetings and 72 hours advance notice, that sort of thing, which we have done for this meeting. But since some people were asking, I thought we could just make it easily public that it was officially canceled. So if you would like to make a motion, make a motion.
Yep, we don't need one then.
Okay.
Okay.
Any comments or concerns about that? Okay.
I think it's important that people understand though, because there has been some concern about our initial board meeting schedule and the changes to that schedule. And I don't know if we've said it often enough, but I know you have, that, when we make that schedule in December, we're guessing. We don't know what's going to come down the pike. We don't know if we're going to need a special meeting because we have a budget deadline or because somebody has a conflict that has arisen or it is very common that that initial schedule will change. I've been in a number of school districts, the community college level, and the same thing happens. What the Brown Act requires us to do is make sure that anything that we do schedule, we give people proper notice for. But it seems to have been a number of comments of concern about that schedule changing, and that's very common. And generally, it's because board members are unavailable or there's business that needs to be done. So.
Well, and mostly this year we've been adding a lot of meetings.
Yes.
Okay, we're going to move on to our consent calendar, 5.1. I'm sorry, 5. Got to turn the page here. Yes, 5.1.
I'll move to approve the consent calendar.
All those in favor? Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. That passes 4 to 0. 5.2, 5.2.1. You said you had a comment on 5.4. Make sure as we're getting into the 5s, I don't lose track of that. 5.2.1, textbook adoption, AP Government. I had an opportunity to, we don't take comments in the middle of the meeting, thank you.
I understand that there was an additional item that wasn't accessible.
But it wasn't voted on.
It wasn't a voting item, it was just a comment. I did have an opportunity to look at the book, and it's very straightforward, very clear on the Constitution, the amendments to the Constitution, requirements for a lot of the Supreme Court cases and their impact on government. So I really was impressed with it. And it's like so straightforward and compact. It was, no, not, I mean, I understand there's a lot of supporting online digital pieces to it, but it's really nice. Any other concerns about the textbook? It's a motion to approve, right?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. That passes 4 to 0. 5.2.2, levered math adoption, grades 3 through 5, and piloting for K through 2. Now, I believe we definitely had it in 4th, and this year we were piloting 3 and 5.
Yes.
And so we're actually looking to adopt it for 3 to 5 and pilot it for K through 2.
Yes, and I would just share that the K through 2, 3 through 5 is online and has a lot of computer-based instruction, really. So, sorry, it's weird to look both ways. I'm trying to figure that out. So there's a lot of online instruction in 3 through 5, and really it's so that we can see where students are in terms of their competencies, right? So it's daily assessment, and then that assessment drives where the instruction goes, and it drives the grouping, and it drives what happens the next day in class. But we are cognizant that in grades K through 2, we really want less screen time, and so this in K2 is less computer-based and more hands-on, manipulative-based. And so it's the same model with regular data points around students, but it's not as screen-heavy as the older grades. So I just wanted to share that component. Now, we haven't seen it yet, but that's as we're working on the development. We actually are part of because we're the first district to implement levered district-wide in all of our elementary schools, we are actually part of a national study on the implementation of levered, which we're excited about. So,
And my understanding is that Leverard now has a sixth grade component, that if you were a fifth grade accelerated kid, can you access that?
Yeah.
Or how does that work?
So
Or is that not applicable to that?
Yeah, so Leverard really, I mean, we could adopt it in sixth grade across the board, but it's not something where, like, if I need remediation or need acceleration, I just pop into Leverard. Leverard is really a whole complementary process of data, instruction, grouping, reteaching. It's got all of those components. It's not like Zern, where I'm just going to go sit on math and do additional pieces. It's very teacher-driven. And so, you know, eventually we may want to think about it in sixth grade, but right now we're going to work on the lower grades. And I will say that for our fifth grade, last year they were expanding rapidly, the company, and we didn't have the fifth grade modules. Were a little slower also due to COVID than those kinds of things, but so some of our teachers aren't piloting in K-12, K-2, because they want to make sure that the curriculum is totally ready, because we're early adopters, right, or early piloters, and so, you know, they don't have the whole year built out yet. So that's why the only reason we have a couple of teachers who aren't part of the K-2 pilot.
That aren't
part of the K-2
so
pilot.
the majority of our K-2.
But the majority of the K-2 teachers are.
And I would have to say, really, in our previous fifth grade math, we didn't have we didn't send students to sixth grade even when they were on the elementary campus for math. But what Leverard opportunity is actually that advancement on their own.
Right, because we had a number of kids who had completed their entire fifth grade standards by February, because it's competency based and you can kind of move ahead. And so trying to figure out how that works.
I can personally attest to the amazing opportunities Leverard gives. My son was part of the fourth grade pilot, and then used it last year as well, and is now like in the beginning of seventh grade-ish levels, looking at stuff going into sixth grade. Like he absolutely loved this program. He would say, "Mom, I'm going to go play math," like on his own for fun. And I was like, where is this coming from? So I am a huge proponent of this program.
And because we're so early in it, and we're early adopters, the head of the company works really closely with us, calls Cheryl, works with our teachers. We get, I think, extra special attention that potentially if your district coming on later, Ventura Unified or someone, Santa Paula or whatever, Rio, you may not get the same level of access to the founder, but we're glad that this has been a really good partnership for us.
I would make a motion to approve.
I'll second. All those in favor? Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. It passes 4-0. Move This World pilot at Nordoff. I think we have Dave Munson is still here, and Bronwyn Carmichael. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us tonight. I'm here with Bronwyn Carmichael. She is going to be our social emotional learning coordinator for this upcoming year. And Nordoff High School is going to join the elementary schools and the middle school in having a formal social emotional learning curriculum. And we've known for years, you know, there's been stress and anxiety among high school students, as evidenced in the California High School Healthy Kids Survey, just some informal conversations, both with students and parents. And so Bronwyn and I have been looking at various curriculum options. And so we have looked at 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken, Bronwyn. Edgenuity has one, School Connect had another one, and then Move This World was the other one that we looked at. And while all of them had their strengths and weaknesses, we felt that Move This World seemed to be the one that best fit our needs for a pilot program. And I'm going to invite Bronwyn to talk a little bit about, you know, what the program is. But I'm hoping that, you know, your exposure to the elementary and the middle school social emotional learning curriculum you're aware of the core competencies as seen here on this slide, these 5 categories here. And underneath each of them, you'll see some of the specific topics that will be covered under each of these.
And I would just add on this slide, in looking over the different areas, the different things that jump out under self-awareness, mindfulness. The program uses, it teaches skills like breathing techniques, mindfulness, that students can practice and use in their daily lives. Under self-management, stress management is a huge issue that in the counseling office, we have seen a need for helping students develop coping strategies. So I anticipate that not only will we be using these lessons in the classroom, but the counselors will also be reinforcing these skills that the students will learn. Social awareness, empathy is a big one. We plan to, our theme this year at Nordoff is going to be Rangers Rise, and RISE stands for resilient, involved, strong, and empathetic. And so we definitely want to emphasize that. Relationship skills, conflict resolution, right there at the top. We're also starting a peer mediation program this year. Kim Hoy is going to be supporting me in that effort. And so we definitely hope that we can help students with communication and becoming better listeners. And then decision making there, again, teaching students, giving students strategies to deal with the myriad of different things that they have to deal with. So what immediately I liked about the program was just how many of these things flow to different areas that will use them and reinforce them as we teach them to the students.
And I would like to jump in and add too, under the category of social awareness, if you see the opportunity for us to double dip, so to speak, on diversity, equity, and inclusion, I know that is one of our board goals. And so we see an opportunity to touch on that as well through this program.
Do you want to go to the next slide,
Yeah,
Dave?
can we go to the next slide?
Oh, okay.
It's me, Bronwyn. Dave.
I didn't know who was in charge. So, you know, as Dave said, we've seen a need for many of these things over the years, but especially coming back from COVID and coming back together as a whole, we really want to focus on helping students make connections with each other and with their teachers and staff members, and just continuing to build upon the positive community that we had before and hoping to improve that. So the way that this program works is there is a video component, and basically, I think this is on the next slide, but we'll just cut to the chase. The plan is that every week on Monday, there will be a 30-minute time period where teachers will implement the social emotional learning lesson. And so during that time, they will start with a video. And another reason why I like this program is that the videos are very, very short. They range from, the ones that we saw range from like 2.5 minutes to 4 minutes, something like that. So it's a brief introduction. I also like that the videos, like it's this slide in particular says time to breathe. Like I mentioned, it teaches, you know, breathing techniques and things like that continue throughout the program. And those are reinforced in the videos. So the video will introduce the topic. And then there is a guide with the program that gives a bunch of different suggestions about ways to have students reflect on whichever topic it is that they're dealing with, individually, with a partner, and then suggestions and ideas for the teacher to engage the class, because really that's what we want. We want the teachers engaged with the students. We want the teachers to be role models. We want the teachers also to embrace these topics and implement and utilize self-care techniques and all of those things. So it's less about, again, the videos and more about the meat of the conversation that we hope that teachers will be able to have with their students. There are, again, things that students can practice, skills and things that they will learn that they can practice and work on. And that, like I said, I envision the counselors reinforcing those and reminding students of the tools that they're being taught in the classroom to help them deal with all the things they're dealing with. And teachers and families and guardians also, there's also a component for them to have access to some of the curriculum. I think we're ready for the next slide. So again, we'll have weekly Monday 30-minute seminar period. I will be the one in conjunction with Dave. We will decide what lessons we want to implement and when. The cool thing about this program is that it is tailored to grade levels, so that it is something that can be grade level specific. And also, if we like the program, we can use it year after year, and students will get new lessons at each grade level. Also, I can, it is compatible with Canvas, so I can push lessons out to teachers. It's not something extra on teachers' plates where they're going to have to be planning lessons. I can push those out to them, and hopefully the way it's scheduled, even I'll be able to go into classrooms and help teachers if there are teachers who are nervous about having these kinds of lessons.
Bronwyn, can I jump in?
Please.
I just like to say that third bullet point about being tailored to grade levels. That was a key to this particular curriculum, because the others that we looked at, they did not have the extensive curriculum, or it wasn't set up yet that, that we could use it over multiple years, because what we don't want is, for students to see some repetition of the same lesson. That will cause, a lot of disengagement. So, but what also we haven't put in there is it can be customized as well, is that we can add our own material in there. And this gives us an opportunity to bring in our own videos. We've seen some through some of the other curriculum, and we've found some on YouTube. There's been some great TED Talks that we'd like to incorporate. So it does have the ability for us to bring in our own and not necessarily just have to settle for what they're providing to us.
And we can pick and choose from all of their content and make our own modules or our own units, that kind of thing. And another thing that we also found attractive was that this program really wants teachers to be involved, and again, really is thoughtful about how important all of these things are for teachers to be mindful of as well. The self-care component, things like that. So there is a certain amount of professional development that is given through the program. Part of it is just the nuts and bolts of how to run the program, but there are different topics that Dave can choose from that they can also give us some professional development on, and those are actual SEL topics for teachers. So we liked that because we all need it. That's just the bottom line. We really like that about the program.
And one of the other final pieces that, this company was offering us a price tag for it being a pilot that none of the other companies could even come close to matching.
Yeah.
So very affordable.
Yeah, I was shocked at that. I was like, am I reading that right?
Yeah.
I did a little hustling when I met them at a conference.
What?
Like they're
I was like, per person?
Yeah, the other ones range from $5,000 to $9,000 for a year.
Yeah.
And usually multi-year commitment, and so.
Yeah. And this is going to be a whole campus. We're not doing the smaller pilot. It's a whole campus pilot.
Correct.
Yeah, so we have actually created a schedule that has added in additional seminar periods on Monday. That was, approved by the faculty. And so they're supporting it by this formal schedule that we've created. So everybody will be doing it at the same time.
And I think the last thing, just how we will measure the effectiveness. We'll survey our students, we'll survey our staff, we'll look at the Healthy Kids survey. I can even envision, whether it's formal or informal, the counselors engaging with students, asking them how they're using, the tools that they're learning. Hopefully we can even, we'll see students willing to participate in peer mediation and restorative justice and see an increase in those types of behaviors.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that last piece up, Ron, because I think it does connect with the, some of the bigger picture items that we're looking at, with, peer mediation being one of them and restorative justice. I think they fit well together. There's a nice complementary piece.
So Bronwyn, you answered my question, was the efficacy measurements. So thank you very much.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah.
Are there any other questions you guys have? Is there anything else that we can answer for you?
Shelley?
If there's not, I was going to move to approve the pilot.
Rebecca, any questions?
I'm good. It sounds great.
Okay, go ahead. So Shelley's made a motion to
We'll
approve.
move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor, Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. That's 4-0. Thank you very much. It sounds very hopeful.
Well,
Thank you for the support.
Thank you for the support.
I want to say thank you to Bronwyn and Dave and Kelly for being here while you're off this summer and for coming be part of these very long presentations and board meetings. And Bronwyn, whenever I tell you the time for board, and Dave, whenever I tell you the time for a board presentation, you should add like 1 to 2 hours to that. But thank you for
I figure. No
Not
problem.
the first time you presented, so you know that, but still, I'm always ambitious about our timing.
Thank you for
right.
coming. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
And Alan, as is typical, I'm going to ask for a 5-minute break before we get to your section.
Of course, that's good.
You always know that, I come after the break.
Yeah.
Right,
And I would
that's
just share that Adam is back from vacation. However, his son is in some kind of playoff final for baseball.
I'm actually
here. Oh, you're here. Oh, well then I'll stop talking about you then. How'd the game go?
No, we'll talk afterwards. I have 8:22. We'll come back at 8:30.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Like finals, semifinals, I forgot.
If you want to put us on break, David, I don't know how that works.
They don't think it was the agenda. Modified the agenda. No.
Are we going yet? Because I'm not hearing anything.
I'm not hearing anything either.
Okay.
Thank
We
you.
got it on.
Sorry about that.
There.
Now can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, good.
It was on and then off and then on.
Yeah,
And
thank you. Anyway, I said, we all have in front of us the lists for Measure J and K on 5.3.1, if there's something specific, but if you could not read the whole list for us, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, no, it's that's why we mail it out and publish it so people can see what's happening. I will say that the Topa electrical thing is coming along nicely. So is the gym refresh and stuff like that. So yeah, it's fun to be doing stuff again instead of we were in this planning stage for several months and now we're actually doing things again and it feels good. So there's that. But we do have a couple of other items, I guess, to look at approving for contracts.
I just had a quick question on the DSA approval of the library. We don't anticipate any issues with that, do we?
Not at this point. What happened was there's a fire alarm panel called an annunciator that is mirrors in the administration building what happens in the building where the cafeteria is. And the wiring for that, we were not able to pull through because the conduits were damaged. And so now those conduits have been repaired as of last week, and the electrician is scheduled next week to pull those wires in, get the annunciator hooked up. That'll be the final sign off that we need as far as construction to complete that project.
Super.
Okay, so I'm going to move on to 5.3.2, approval of anchor concrete proposal for Matilah Middle School, main corridor. So we're talking about by the library and the office and turning the corner and going front of science, or just
That's
the front?
correct, as well as the stairs on both ends. I think there's 3 sets of stairs that are done as well. And that concrete is old and it's been resurfaced, and then that resurfacing or the repainting even that was done is all exfoliating and flaking off. So this is going to correct all of that.
Any questions or motion?
The only question I have is kind of random, but I'm thinking of the immensely beautiful works of art that we have in there, and is this are we moving those during this time?
Yeah, so for this one and for the item on painting, those will come down, so we repaint, and then they'll go back up.
Okay, good. I would hate to damage them.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, I'd love to move to approve.
I'll
Thank
second.
you.
All those in favor? Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Jane? Aye. That passes 4-0. 5.3.3, approval of contract with Landmark Paving and Grading for the district office bus loop project. We should probably just a little bit answer,
So as we continue to work on the exclusive right to negotiate and potentially a lease for this district office property, we are not doing very many projects on this site. However, the loop, which is over, I don't know, the
Montgomery.
the Montgomery side,
West.
was used frequently. And even though we have it posted as no parking, and the reason it's no parking is because it's very uneven in terms of the asphalt and potentially, someone could fall. People park there, and so if you park there over the weekend, you would get a ticket. If you park there for either the Sunday's farmers market or for our Thursday farmers market, so it's really, there's a lot of parking needed downtown, and actually there's a lot of parking needed for our own staff. A Place to Grow staff parks in front of A Place to Grow, but then transportation wants to park there, and we have some parking out here, but just in terms of where everyone has access to park their own cars for staff and employees. And then when parents come to drop off at a place to grow, a lot of our preschool students have a tendency to run. And so by having them right at the drop-off right there on the street, there've been a potential, some issues there. And so we'd like to provide them inside of the loop to be able to do the drop-off inside the loop, have the gate right there for access to a place to grow so that students can just go right in there. We also have a diaper bank that has pick-up and drop-off. And so that loop is just used constantly by our staff, by parents, by the community. And so $50,000 is an investment, even if at some point, we are not on this property anymore. The amount of usage that it gets seems like it's something that we'd like you to consider.
I always thought the parking issue was because it was damaging for the tree, but.
No, we did trim up the tree also because the tree came down really low and we were concerned that branches would come down on top of cars, and so also that liability, but we've done a lot of work on that tree, and so we feel like it's, not that couldn't happen, because that could happen anywhere, but that we've done enough on that tree that we're less worried about that, but the asphalt is still in fairly bad shape, so.
So there is currently access to a place to grow through the fence here, or?
There is a gate already there, and so what we would do is right now the curbs are red, and that we would make them yellow for drop-off, and then we would add 8 parking spots kind of under the tree on that tree side. So this is something we had prior to COVID talked about partnering with the city on, but after COVID, the city's finances kind of changed dramatically, and so we still think it's a project worth doing. And so we'd like to kind of take that on and then work with the city on allowing access to those parking spots during the rest of the time when we're not utilizing them for staff and drop off.
Is there a motion to approve or any questions?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane? Aye. That passes 4-0. Approval of Matilaha campus-wide painting.
Yes.
You're very excited. New building, that new cafeteria, and then you see the older building.
Yeah. So this will be the same color as the new cafeteria. So that's the color. We specifically didn't paint the cafeteria to match the rest of the campus because we were anticipating repainting the rest of campus. And so this is for the that kind of light, I don't know what color you call it.
Like a
Swiss,
cream.
I call everything Swiss coffee. Yeah.
Like,
Darkening the trim to be kind of more of a charcoal. Right now it's kind of a blue-gray, but it'll be more of a charcoal, and then having red accents like under the eaves and a few other key locations so that it's white, black, and red.
What about the doors? Will they be red?
The doors will be black because red fades really quickly, and so we want to put the red paint where it will last. So again, under the eaves, posts, things like that, other accent places.
And this is just exterior.
This is just exterior. The interior will be done as part of the classroom refresh. So as you saw today with A4E, we would do that everywhere. I would say, and Adam and Alan, you can chime in here, but this is an exceptionally good price for painting.
Yes.
And so the total cost, and I emailed this to you earlier, the bid cost closed today, so it's about $164,000. There's also the full contract is available on the back table for any members of the public who are here who would like to see that. And then we'll post it tomorrow.
Did we just paint the gym when we renovated?
We painted the interior of the gym, but not the exterior.
Great.
So I did have a question. We talked about the whole Matilaha refresh and new stuff. Are we painting stuff that we're going to be tearing down, or? Okay. Yeah.
No, so the difference in Nordhoff is that was really more about buildings and major projects. The Matilaha was really kind of about grounds and more landscaping. The only thing that we've done recently that would be impacted would be the new mural on the side of the music building, which is why we, moving forward, we always put murals now on the removable panels like we did on the side of A Place to Grow. So all of our artwork from, you know, this point forward is able to be relocated or taken down to be painted around. I think we'll be able to preserve that, but we have to figure out exactly what that will look like.
Yeah, that came up in the job walk and we pointed it out to them. That is the protect and place item. So they'll paint the new colors around it, but they won't actually repaint the mural.
So the inside of the mural, though, anything where you see the yellow paint underneath it, you'll still see yellow. So,
but it'll look more like a painting.
Yes. And then the M on the gym will be replaced with the Matilah logo, the circle logo with the eagle, and a wall wrap. And we'll put some Matilah branding around like we have at Nordhoff. You've seen the new wall wraps and the logos everywhere on the campus. Those will be going up as well.
And we did also add some accent banding like we did at Nordhoff as well.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
All those in favor? Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And Jane, aye. That passes 4-0.
All
Thank
right.
you, Adam and Ellen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Adam, how did the baseball game go?
Oh, we lost. We were.
Oh.
You asked.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. My 5-year-old was, if they'd won today, they would have gone on to the Pony World Series, and they lost.
Oh.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Lots of tears and all of the above, but he's all right. He's obviously has a long career ahead of himself. So.
That's kind of a lot for a 5-year-old. That's a little. You don't want him to peak too soon.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, thank you for coming back and joining us.
No problem. Thank you all for the approvals. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Moving on to 5.4, and I actually, Darius, I want to apologize, or Mr. Lang, should I say Mr. Lang? I want to apologize. I see on here you also had 3.1 on here.
Yeah, I tried to, but it was hard for me, you guys.
So, and I understand, I saw your hand earlier, and I handled it improperly by adding a discussion about canceling the meeting. I should have just discussed it during board reports. So I would like to give you the opportunity to speak on all three things, if you would like to.
Well, I was really going to direct some comments towards the OFT, which I would have been more than willing to do. They didn't show up tonight.
He's actually online.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. So if I can.
So if you want, we'll set it for 3 minutes.
This is my first meeting. Okay. It's nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you. So what we'll do is we'll set the 3 minutes, and you'll have the first. Do you want to talk about?
Do this on purpose. You turn on the AC, I'm freezing, and now you're going to give me an opportunity to speak. It's great.
We could turn it back on.
No, I'm cold.
Oh, you're cold.
What's the beach the other day, guys?
Okay.
All right, so for the OFT teaching piece that I wanted to just address was money. And I sent the board some items of perhaps facilitating wage increase for the administration and teachers without providing a raise, whether it's enhanced benefits, longevity, and so forth. And I sent that all to you. But I did also want to address some things regarding money. And I'm a state employee, and one of the things that is a benefit, although I don't get paid as much as many people in my industry, when we get hit with recessions, like in 2007, I'm not affected. I keep driving on the freeway, and so those are the opportunities for people to buy houses and that kind of stuff. So I think that needs to be recognized publicly that teachers, although they don't get paid as much as you would think when you're looking at a salary of $70,000, that translates to security in times of recession. It translates to a pension that keeps paying dividends for years upon years. And I think that needs to be addressed. One other thing that I may mention is, and I was going to try to talk to, sorry, I forget her name, about the 2% and the 3% ranges of retirement for public employees. Many of the teachers are on 3%. I don't know if that's true, but I'm assuming it is. And a number of other teachers that are recently hired are on 2%. And I think that it's important to, as a stakeholder, to recognize, in order to attract new teachers at less of a retirement rate, that perhaps 2 different salary ranges or steps should be considered, so that you can perhaps pay the younger teachers more money. And because the 3%, I mean, 3% in 30 years is 99% retirement, where a 2% person at 62 is getting not even that after 40 years, 50 years. It takes 50 years, so it's almost twice as long. So I think that's just something I wanted to mention for my public comment. I don't know if that was 3 minutes.
You were very close.
Huh?
You were on your yellow, so that means you're in your last 30 seconds. So.
Okay.
But now
First
you can.
meeting, all right.
Yeah.
All right. What's the next topic? The icebreaker out of the way here.
Yeah. So you said 5.4. I'm not sure whether there's 3 different.
There is 3. I put down all 3 of those. I think I hit through. Let me look at my notes here.
So if what we'll take first is we're going to talk about 5.4.1. So if you
comment on that, I have a
you can
public
comment on that, and then we'll have
Yeah.
you sit down. We'll do our discussion, and then we'll have
Perfect.
you come back for the others.
Okay, thank you. So the updating board governance handbook, I thought it was just important maybe to address in that handbook that, you know, as elected officials, that the board, I think if you look at board policies for meetings, you'll notice that there's a student advisory council, there's the OFT council, and I think teachers confidential union. I didn't know you could unionize confidential employees, but apparently there's that group. There's no mention of parents in that meeting policy. And I think, Director Wheel, you had mentioned that the board is a parent representation at this meeting. And that's perhaps true and why it's worded like that. And I think it's important that in that guide that it somehow mention that regardless of how you personally feel about something, that you take into consideration what's important to your constituents. For instance, you know, the meeting change. It's not about the meeting change. Everybody accepts the meeting change. It's the idea that perhaps everybody knew there was going to be a meeting change in late June, but the public just found out on Friday at 4 o'clock. I mean, maybe there was an email sent out, but I don't think so. And I think it's unfortunate. And, you know, everything that transpired after that was unfortunate. And there's friction right now, I think. Maybe it's needed, but that's not really, the friction's okay sometimes. I don't think that's what the public wants. I don't think the people that are contesting this meeting, that's not what they want. I think it's just the idea of communicating when something's going to happen. Because, sure, people have vacations in July. Everybody has vacations in July. The meeting was decided in December. Everybody should they know. They can schedule their vacations around it, or they can't. But if they can't, and things change, I think there needs to be just like a heads up, things happen. Maybe address it in June, or say, hey, you know, letting everybody know the meeting's going to change. Instead of, I mean, this is a long list of menu items, and they're important, I think, to give to the public Friday in the middle of July and have a meeting today. I don't think meetings should happen on Mondays unless it's crucial. So that's my 2 cents. Oh, I sent in writing what I wanted for the communication piece. I hope you can advocate that.
Thank you. I do want to point out that we do continue to receive public comments over written comments, so they will be read by the board before the meeting, and then they will be put into the public record. As of right now, we're not reading them publicly. I think maybe that's what you're referring to in one of your emails. So I also would obviously you might have recognized that we are missing a board member tonight. Kevin Ruff was unable to attend last minute due to a work conflict. So I'm going to ask the board that we have a discussion about the handbook, but that we not take an action tonight. I would like him to be able to participate in further discussions on the item. But I think it's important for us to begin discussions and kind of focus in on where we might have issues or concerns. I'm just going to give a little update. A little over a year ago, we started having a handbook come before us, and I think we've talked about it 3 or 4 times, and I'm not sure sort of where we ended with it. So I kind of felt like, okay, if we're going to talk about it again, let's make sure it does the reason we started down this road. And one of the big reasons, I think, when Rebecca joined us, obviously she works in a district in Ventura, so it's important that she understands what are the priorities for Ojai, what are our bylaws, what are our particular, the way we run things that might be a little bit different. And I know, Shelley, when you joined 5 years ago, 4.5 years ago, it was the same thing. What do I need to learn, and where do I learn it? And I think Michael and Kevin and I think when we joined, the fact that there was 3 of us joining, there was an obvious recognition of we need to orient these 3 people. But when it's a single person, it's not as obvious, and that person really kind of gets lost a little bit. So I went and Shelley made some recommendations, and so that's where I came from this, was to really sort of, if someone comes brand new, what are the expectations? And how do they learn those things? And what do we all agree on? If we have contentious items, where can we go to sort of say, well, what is our policy on that? Or how should we, what are our norms? And so that's what this is about. So it kind of broke into, I think, 5 or 6 sections. I might even move to my own little one so I can just scroll as I want.
Yes. Do you want me to go to the first red section?
I'm kind of just going to open it up. I mean, if people read it, Section 1, board member roles. Section 2, superintendent's role. Section 3, board and superintendent relations. Section 4, communication. Section 5, board meeting agenda and protocols. And Section 6 is for new board members. So I don't know if we want to start with a particular section and go through it like we do for the board, governance when we get those first readings, or if we just want to talk in general.
Well, when I read this, because we have been looking at protocol documents, right? And one of the documents that we were working with as source material, there were some tone issues with it, right? You could tell that wherever it came from, it arose because of conflict. And there were some ways that it was written that was a little bit kind of scoldy, rough, kind of, that made some assumptions. And I think it set a tone around that conversation that made it go off in some weird directions, right?
Mm.
That whole no surprises conversation, right? That just went weird. This is a little more neutral in its statements. I didn't see any statements of like, boards will, and there were a couple of things that I could point out in the other one. I think this is a more neutral presentation, but it does seem very comprehensive.
Mm-hmm.
We can address the orange stuff, but generally as a starting point, I like this. Yeah.
I just want to say thanks for doing all the work on this. You and I know Tiffany did a lot of formatting on it, because I think it is absolutely needed. We have talked about the reasons why this is helpful. And I do have some questions and discussion items, but we can move to where you have some red bullet points where that there's discussion items, and I'm sure all of us have other places to talk about too.
Okay. Rebecca?
Yeah, I agree. There's I like this one better than the initial one that I saw. But yeah, I'm fine with just going through the discussion points and seeing if we can come to an agreement on them.
I do know, I don't want to speak for Kevin, but I do know he had some strong questions and some, I think his main was just understanding, where is this coming from? Why does it keep coming before us? And, I'll let him address that next time we're there. So I think I'll just, section 1 is pretty clear for a board member's roles. The first time I know, well, this is something we've talked about before, and so it needs to be discussed in terms of what we want to put in, is 1.7, time commitment. I don't know if we want to put something that just suggests or recommends, or I hate to put in, because we do have other lives and jobs and families, something that says board members must, but I would certainly sort of hope that when someone would run for a board position, that they might know that there's an expectation for a certain amount of participation beyond the board meetings.
And
Maybe
I
we
would
say something
also,
like, like something like,
No.
we, board members are expected to, but not, mandatory commitment responsibility. You know what I mean? Like,
Encouraged to attend
yes, exactly.
on-site school events, or I hate to get into that, but we could list some examples of, visiting. I know when we ran for office the first time, there was a lot of talk about, Ricky comes to the teacher's lounge, Ricky Horn, and, so it's those kind of, or back to school nights, or the end of the year programs, or the, one music concert a year, or, to kind of just.
I think there's also like a two-way street on this one, because I definitely, I think I'm a bit out of the loop of getting invited to a lot of stuff. So like there's got to be an expectation that board members are also invited to things, because I often don't know that things are happening I'm supposed to be attending because nobody invited me. So
we didn't really have anything since you've been on the board, Rebecca, except for graduation, but yes.
You know what I mean? Like,
Actually,
a flip to that.
Yeah, that's a great point, Rebecca, because I do remember, I think it's almost 4 years ago now, we were talking about creating a calendar that each site would, right, they'd say, oh, our music concert is this week, our choir is this, and so that board members could just go on the calendar. I think there's a calendar on the website,
There's
but
a
this-
full calendar for the district, and then there's individual site calendars, which, so every site does have that.
does have those? I don't know how to access them, maybe.
Well, and I find, I'm pretty sure on my Google Calendar, I can put Nordoff and all those Nordoff events still into my Google Calendar, and
You can certainly
Oh.
come to,
I'll go to a Friday 10th thing and learn how to
well,
do
you
that.
could stop by and Hazel can help set that up for you, for sure.
Oh, okay.
yeah, so they are there.
I do know at that time, some schools were better than others at actually
That is
listing their things, so that,
Very true.
I don't know if there's a way to.
Linda's also, Linda's new since that time, and so
Right.
Linda does, a good job of noticing or updating things.
Great.
I think we are.
I could tell you that I'm looking at my calendar and there are no other calendars. Under my other calendars, there are none. So that's not a feature I currently have, but I'd be happy to add it if, or have somebody
Yeah,
add.
we can help send those to you and maybe send them to everyone.
I also feel like under this time commitment, there's an expectation of being, not missing more than, I don't know, so many school board meetings, that attendance at school board meetings is, should be a big priority for school board members. I know that was terribly controversial at the city, having a set mandated amount, and, you know, I fully understand things come up and emergencies come up and life situations don't always allow it, but I do think setting an expectation towards prioritizing school board meetings is important.
I agree with that. I'm uncomfortable with the mandatory stuff, because as elected officials, I don't know how we mandate
Right.
to each other anything, right?
Right.
But clearly an expectation. I think what Shelley just said is that, I mean, it says you're expected to attend board meetings, right, in the paragraph above. But that's not very jazzy about, this is one of your fundamental responsibilities, is to come to board meetings, prepared. So I would be comfortable with, you know, emphasizing that language. The other thing in terms of school attendance, number one, I feel a strong expectation that we go to graduation, to high school graduation. I think that's a very traditional, very important thing for the board.
Yeah.
Beyond that, I think every board member sort of has to pick and choose, right? I'm not going to compete with Ricky. There's no way that I can do that, right? But, you know, I know what I want to do, and I know what I have time for. And so I like the idea of strongly encouraging, you know, board member attendance on a consistent basis. You know, attendance with high school graduation, other school events like the plays and the musicals, which is where I tend to go, or other stuff. And then, but the thing I wanted to hear more about is committee responsibilities. What does that mean?
Well, so a lot of this stuff I pulled from multiple spots, and some schools actually have like real serving committees, subcommittees of the board.
Okay. All right.
But what I was thinking of is, you know, sort of attending, I'm thinking back, we haven't had anything recently, but there was a sixth grade committee, right? Even those, I wouldn't call them committees, but the things you did your first summer, the Engage to Impact event, you know,
Guiding coalitions or committees.
Just, and again, it doesn't mean I serve on that committee but just sort of, I've been to one of those meetings, or the 7-Eleven committee you know, to kind of try to, incorporate that into your thoughts of how your time is spent.
I don't know if you guys want to hear about this, but I can tell you, like, in Ventura, what we do is we have a list of all of our committees, and depending on the number of the committees, the board divides up like, okay, so we'll have two people observe each of the committees. And so we pick and choose, the board members pick and choose the ones they want to attend. And then in their board reports, they kind of come back and say, I attended X committee. This is what was discussed, just so the board is kind of intricately aware of what's happening in the committees and can report back to the community on what was happening in those committees, not as a member, not as a voting member, but just as an observer who can report it back to the board as a whole, which I think is pretty cool because all of our board members are so aware of the intricacies of the committee because of that process. An idea.
We tend to do committee reports back to the board as a whole. So, for example, we had a fiscal committee last year, and then we gave a whole presentation on the fiscal committee to all of you at the same time. So it's just different ways of doing that. Again, during COVID, we didn't have a lot of committees, but when we do, we typically will put them out to you and say who would like to attend. We had a couple, like a reopening committee, and we had some attendees at the reopening committee and, different trainings, things like that.
Those are like what I'm talking about are more of the standing committees, like the ones that happen every year and we know they're going to happen, I don't know. I like it. I think it just keeps the board well informed without constantly having to rely on the superintendent for every bit of information, but
Yeah, my only challenge with that is these are typically during the day, right? And I work, and I work far away. And as long as we're Zooming, things have been pretty flexible, but even like today now was actually supposed to be on campus, but I couldn't manage the logistics. And so that's frustrating for me because I would like to sit in at least some of those. Because
I agree, Michael.
So
I have the same.
I'm not trying to bag off. I am, but what I'm really trying to say is that, again, I think the language should encourage and say it's permitted for you to do these things, right? Because there's something in here about not showing up on a campus without notice and a courtesy notice and stuff, which I'm fine with. But some of these other things, we may want to say, you can go to these things, right? These are things that you're free to go to. And in fact, we encourage you to,
So I wrote a couple of things as you were talking. I don't know if this language, if you want to specifically look at this language, or if you want me to take notes and then just bring it back, but I'm trying to capture what you're saying.
like expected and then encouraged.
Yeah, I think that looks good to me.
The other thing, and I just thought of it as we're all talking, is, and we certainly don't have an issue with this current board. I'm sure there are boards around the state that have it, is sort of a reminder of, you come prepared. Like, you don't just attend the meeting. Like, you make sure you're reading stuff. And I have never seen that here, but I think this part of a guide is to protect the future of the district and sort of, there is a section on board relationships with the superintendent, but also the relationship with itself, right? It gives a board member the opportunity to call another board member on something, sort of say, I was really disappointed at that last meeting that you weren't prepared. And, I would just like to remind you that in our board guide,
We've agreed to this.
We've agreed to be prepared.
I could swear there was something in here that talked about being prepared.
Maybe there is.
Could I just add?
Is it under maybe section 5?
Could I just add this? Read all agenda materials in advance of the meeting, attend board meetings, attend agenda setting meetings. Great, sufficient.
Yeah.
Great.
I would even go a little bit farther and, well, I'll leave it at that. I was going to say, I think that the communication piece too, of asking questions timely.
I think that is later in
In the protocols. Yeah. And then if you just take out the orange, and then I'm assuming Kevin will watch us and make notes.
I'll just leave anything that's new in italics for
Okay.
now.
Great. Oh, I'm trying to scan and it's,
You can't.
I can't.
I do that all the time. In their earlier presentations, I wanted to move the thing around.
1.9, learning on the job, mandatory training. Oh, so I was actually really surprised at several places in the country that sort of say, you know, if you are a new board member, you must attend blah, 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 blah. And although I don't want to make it mandatory now that I've been serving for 7 years, I think when I first started, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to.
I am as you guys know, vocally a big proponent of, I think that we need to be trained to do this job. I think anybody sitting in this seat needs to go to the training, and it offers us opportunities to have these conversations about what the protocols are.
Well, actually, one of the first training I went to was the new board member training. And
In Camarillo.
In Camarillo, right? And I found that an excellent launch pad for what to expect. And I again, right? I hesitate to tell people what they need to do, but I would strongly recommend at least that, right? The new board member orientation, because you hear from a whole bunch of people. Okay, so initially when I read this, I was thinking we were talking about the governance
Masters
program.
in Governance training, right?
Which is a big
Huge
thing.
commitment, yeah.
And I know some college boards are all committed to doing that, but it is a huge commitment.
Yeah.
Training on Brown Act and other stuff, I think, you know, you can get that fairly easily, and it's strongly advisable. So
I
would, you know, go ahead, Rebecca.
I agree. I am a unique situation coming into this job because I've taken so many board, you know, relations classes and Brown Act training because I do it on the flip side. So I find CSBA, like a lot of what I've gotten when I've gone to those is like, it's like the watered down version of what administrators get. Like, no offense, it's a great training, but like I'm inundated with these things all day long for my regular job. So then when I go to them, I'm like, yes, yes, yes. But I think it's highly valuable for somebody who's not coming from this system, to have that experience.
I would have, my first year, absolutely gone to the first one, except it was in Sacramento, and it was like December 12th. And I had young kids. It was like, I can't, it's Christmas, I've got shopping, it just was no way. So I wish they would not hold it.
No, it's December 6th. It's always the first week of
December
December
6th?
now.
End of December,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, now it's on
How does
Zoom. Probably won't be forever, but
Isn't it in person?
There's two. There's a Zoom option and there are two separate weekends, so there's essentially two totally separate conferences. One in person, one
But
online.
I did, sorry, Shelley, when you went this year, did you go this? No. This year?
Well, no, it wasn't held during COVID.
COVID, the year
It
before.
was virtual. I didn't do the virtual one. I went the year before.
The year before. When, you know, you expressed something and I had never thought of, is that, so you go to this meeting and you learn about governance, and then you have the opportunity to interact with each other. Like, it's not a Brown Act violation because you're not discussing business, you're discussing how boards operate, not how your board, you know. And I thought, oh, I never thought about that. Like, it gives you an opportunity as a group, or even to, you know, say, oh, remember we went to the, you know, because we had several times here, we've socialized and had, the Ruffs have hosted a, you know, big, large group for dinners, and it's another opportunity for that, to sort of learn about each other. Oh, how many kids do you have? Where are they? How, you know, those kind of relationship building, which is what we've missed so much.
Yeah. And I know there's a lot of boards and executive cabinets that make it a point to go together and do just that. You know, like every year they really look forward to it, to go as a team and be together for that time. I know I'm going in December, but it's not,
I
it's,
remember the very first time I went, when I very first started on the board, and Andy afterwards said, and we're looking forward to hearing your report back. But there was never really a mechanism to say, oh, I learned this, and so it helped me, but it didn't help the board. You know, there wasn't a way to have conversations about it, that being there together facilitates.
So now we have two things that you could. We have the board reports, which we didn't used to have,
That's
and
true.
then we have the annual board, our self-evaluation.
That is true.
So,
How does this language feel? Did I capture your conversation?
Like that.
I like it.
great.
I just want to go on record as saying I appreciate it. I don't just like it, I really appreciate it, because I also felt like, wasn't supposed to go. That it was a waste of district resources for me to get professional development to understand how to do this job. And, so I appreciate hearing the encouragement. I think that's important.
So how does this?
I like it. Maybe we
I
should.
like that it basically makes that statement that this is a learning job and we have to keep at it.
And I feel like that example at the board level filters to the whole district. I'm a big proponent.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Maybe we
Rebecca, go ahead.
add at the end of that sentence, like, and the district will support these opportunities. So like board members understand that it fiscal, like there's a fiscal implication that it will be supported by the district to do so.
Great. Any questions on section 2? I do like the 2.3, just a reminder that you're the leader for our community. And that was really evident when you came on board too.
Are you talking to me?
Oh, sorry. I was looking at it. Yes, with you too.
I'm like,
no, you're not the superintendent here.
in one room and me not be there, I will tell you.
Section 3, board and superintendent relations.
It's all very straightforward.
And again, I'd like to say I captured these from other places, so we're not unique in these sort of tools and suggestions.
I appreciate that you've got the no surprises for both sides, which I think is important.
Again, that wasn't me. That was
no, it's
that
a
was,
very common thing.
Yeah.
I mean, boards can't run if you're constantly ambushing the administrators.
Right.
Agreed.
Evaluation. Communication. So I would actually like to postpone this section because I know Kevin has a lot of opinions on it, and I think it'd be really valuable for us to discuss it as a group rather than.
That works for me. I have questions about it too.
Okay. Yeah, I have some.
Yeah, the media thing.
Yeah, a lot of questions. So I think his input would be valuable everywhere, but especially in that section. Section 5.
So I really like this. I like 5.2 as a layperson's explanation of the Brown Act exceptions, which I think is nice.
5.1 is a big change, not a big change. It's change from our previous statement of, when a board wishes for an item, we discuss whether another person is interested to actually get it on the agenda. And I think currently it says one person. And I know, Kevin actually asked me, he said, well, one member of the community can bring something to the board. So one member of the board should be. And I said, I should let him discuss that, but I read the ed code differently than he did. So it's important that this item not, maybe, I don't know whether we should highlight that or something so that we don't forget to talk about 5.1 when he's here. And I'll explain then more about what I read and what he read, but it's important that you know that that's one we need to talk about.
Yeah, I'll have to look at ed code too, because I didn't think one member, I thought it was.
Yeah, well, it says I have it, so I'll maybe make it part of the agenda next time we bring it up, but it says, the point of the legislator is to have community input. So it says a member of the public may put something on the thing, and then it says, inside that paragraph, it says the board may make protocols or something like, sort of like acceptable protocols that keep the business of the board moving forward. So to me, that was an acceptable protocol to say two people have to want to talk about it, because I have to say in the last 3 years, I've seen some board meetings in other places that are pretty horrifying, and I just, I think about, I don't know, what if you had somebody who said, I want to put on there that we need to start teaching that the world is flat, and really, we're going to take the board time to talk about whether the world is flat? So
It goes back to district resources and how much we want district resources spent on items that 4 people of the board clearly have no interest in. It's not a good use of our.
I also think it's important that, and I think maybe the future agenda items allows us to do this, is that sometimes we get caught up, and naturally so. We have concerns, parents or teachers or students, so we get caught up in something, and then it gives us the opportunity to say, wait, is that actually a board item? Like, should that actually be addressed by the board? It might not be something that's proper for a board to address.
I think of it in terms of when you have an item and a member makes a motion, and if another member doesn't support that, then it dies for lack of a second. And so I see this as essentially a board member making a motion to bring an item in the future agenda items, and then if another board member doesn't support that, then essentially it dies for lack of a second. For members of the public, it's different because it's not that same protocol. They can ask that you discuss it, and you can discuss it, but for board members, there's actually already a 2-person protocol, essentially, for an item to move forward.
But a member of the public, they have the public comment section at the beginning, where it's general, so they can come and discuss something. But I don't know what the mechanism is for them to put it on the agenda.
Right. Okay. I was more talking about why the board members why it's different for board members than the public, and I would say I watch a few board meetings, and there's a board that doesn't have this, and constantly there's staff preparing reports on an item, and then the item comes before the board after literally tons of hours of staff time, and it dies for lack of a second almost once a meeting. And so in terms of resources, it's that same kind of thing where, you have a lot of, there's no interest in the topic except for one board member, and then it takes lots of time and effort to prepare that, even though it wasn't ever going to go anywhere. Okay.
I've actually seen that. I would never expect it of this board, frankly, but I have seen, it might even be the same one, where this individual board member just stuffs the agenda with items that she's concerned about, and nobody wants to talk about it, but it basically hijacks the meeting.
Yeah.
Mm.
And I think,
Oh, that's frightening.
Yeah.
So we'll
Yeah.
talk, again, we'll talk about that, and people watching at home, if you have thoughts on that, you're welcome to
Consent or
join us.
consensus
Yes.
amongst the board members is really critical when we're adding something to the agenda, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, if you can at least get one other to support discussing it,
Right. Then what's the point?
probably pretty far out there.
Yeah.
I did want to circle back though, there, because you said something about the members of the public putting things on our, members of the public don't have the ability to
I think,
put things directly on our agenda.
They can't put it directly on the agenda, but they can request
They can
that an item be brought.
Yeah.
There's no, particular, the timing they don't have control over the timing, but they can request that the board discuss an item, and then
Okay.
you would bring that to a future agenda to discuss.
If the board wanted to discuss it.
That up and I can send it to you.
Okay.
The parliamentary procedure sheet, we don't really use some of that, but I just thought, if you've never been there.
From now on, I want
I would
a friendly
say-
amendment to the motion to the.
Point of information,
We took out the ones that were the most, there were a lot more that.
there were some that were like, what? I don't even know what that's saying. Yeah.
So I like this, I like 5.5. There has been some concern about what constitutes a legal conflict of interest. I think this document is very good for explaining a lot, not just to the board members, but to our constituents and
Yes.
our community as well.
That's true,
So,
yeah.
because otherwise there's just so much detail and so much conflicting stuff, right? Where would you actually go unless you wanted to do your own legal research
Right.
to find that out? So I think overall, again, just to echo what Shelley said in terms of the work put into this, this is really valuable, not just for us, but for everybody.
Anything else, Rebecca?
Oh, I'm good. I think this is valuable for sure. Thank you.
and I think this new board member questions, the section 6 is
I'm sorry, say again?
this section 6 for new board members, I think is going to be very helpful. As I hear people on this board retiring, I'm very grateful to have this part.
Right. Okay. Unless there's anything else, I'll move on to 4.2. We have a public comment from Gareth Lang.
Thank you for hearing me. I just wanted to touch on just a quick couple things. This is a great lead into the items that I wanted to discuss in that last conversation. Regarding the public, I'm just going to talk about this previous, talk quickly. The board meeting for the public, my understanding, to present or get an item on the agenda, they would come in, not in this meeting, but in the regular scheduled meeting, ask the board, and tell them why they want the agenda item to be added, and show them how it's in their purview to actually do that. The president would I'm not sure, ask, I'm willing to put this on agenda, the future agenda, or next agenda, do I have a second? And if you don't get the second, it's done, right? I think that's how it's supposed to work, but again, I don't know. This is all new to me. And that's like the training you guys are talking about for the board members. For the board goals, Director Shanahan mentioned that there would be specificity. It was important that everybody knows what the expectations are for those things. So I think it needs some work, and I think that none of this stuff should really be voted to approve until Mr. Russ back. But one of the things that I think need to happen, thanks to your meeting, Director Whale, that there's a lot of your contribution, everybody's contribution really, about what a school site committee is, or a council, which is like a mini board. I think that for parents and those councils also need training. I think that a lot of eyes were opened in the discussion of what actually a school site council is, what they do, and what they're responsible for. A lot of parents that I know or have spoken to that are on those councils are not aware of those things. It's important. And I think that that training needs to be distributed community-wide or school site-wide as well, even if a refresher, whether it's you bring in a contractor like Dr. Morse did for the board retreat that was very successful to have those basic questions answered. And a good opportunity for you as leadership to possibly participate, listen in, and mentor, I guess. Moving on to the next piece within the goal is, I like the slideshow, but it doesn't really get very granular. I'm a granular person. How many times you gonna meet, those type of things. And then my time's running out, so I'd like to also see like a board quarterly survey to the public, which I also sent to you guys an email. Put things in what's called a community magic quadrant from the toolkit.
So, board goals. My mouse is not working here. There we go. Yeah. I do want to say there are some things that I agree with you in terms of goals and sort of some of the LCAP that we had talked about. Marilyn had, we said we want to improve math scores. And do we set goals like by 5% or by 10%, right? And her LCAP training says, is not advised to do that. But I wonder if when we get to something that's internal for us, if we can set more goals, sort of say, I think we did with absenteeism. I have no idea what the numbers are, but let's say we have 4% of chronic absenteeism. We want to get it down to 3%. I don't know if there's a way to, it seems to me these goals are more, they don't lend themselves towards that, but I wonder if when we're talking about them, we can at least kind of.
Can I give some context on my thinking around this? So, as you know, this is only our second go around with setting goals. And in the policies that we just talked about, the board handbook, the board sets the district's direction with performance-based goals and then ensures alignment of strategies, resources, policies, and programs. And so you'll see in these, I added the key strategies, which are really administrative functions. And so these are, your goals are the big ones at the top, the 8 goals. The key strategies are mine, right? Like those are me saying, here's how I think my staff is going to get to these, to your big goals of these 8. And so part of the timeliness of this is that, so I shared this presentation out. I got lots of feedback from our leadership team, not just from Angie, but Angie gave me a lot of feedback. And then we will take these key strategies and these goals, and you may change these 8 goals, right? But they're what you had last year, so I wanted to give you something to start with and then say, these are the key strategies and the measurable objectives that we're proposing on the administrative side. And then we'll take these, and in August, when we start meeting with our leadership team, we will start developing specifically more details. But those are, again, for us internally about how we meet your goals. And so the way that this is set up is that you would say, you know, we like these key strategies, or we want you to, you know, add some key strategies or whatever around your big picture goals of those kind of, I think now there's 8 areas. You'll see I added culture in there, which wasn't there last year. Again, this is your starting place, but this is really your, you know, you're telling us you want to get to New York, and then we're going to tell you where we're going to stop along the way on that trip. And so, you know, you can say, well, we want you to take the southern route or the northern route, and like, so that's kind of how I think about this as structurally. And then mid-year and end of year, I come back and say, here's what our team has done, our administrative team, and each of these areas, we've done this, 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 this. So, you know, in terms of how often you're going to meet or some of that granularity, that's my job in what we just discussed, right? Like that's the role of the superintendent and the role of the superintendent staff to determine those kinds of things. Unless you have a parent advisory committee or a different group that's meeting with you, in which case you could add that, you know, as like maybe a separate goal that, you know, the board would like to do something specific around that, and then you would, you know, you could add in your board key strategies. But I have structured this, and we can certainly do it however you'd like, around these being, you know, our administrative strategies to meet your board goals.
That's really helpful.
Yeah. I also noticed in student achievement, there are some actual measurable things, like increasing reading by at least 1 grade level. My recollection that when Marilyn talked about not articulating specific score targets was that right now testing is not all that reliable.
Right.
And scores are not all that reliable because comparators are not all that reliable.
Yeah.
And scores are partially based on the change, not the objective level.
Yes.
So I kind of liked where you've done this on the RAFT thing.
Yeah.
Where, you know, we will, at least 1 level,
yes.
right? That's not the testing, that's competency.
Yes.
And so I like what Jane is saying. I'm not so thrilled with test scores as much as I am demonstrated competencies.
Right.
So if we put measures of competency or more measures like this of enhanced competency, I'd be thrilled.
The other thing that I've added in this one is the estimated fiscal commitment, which is new. And Kevin's comments at the last board meeting about wanting to know where the action is. So you'll see both on the cover sheets that are in the agenda now, we added a fiscal commitment, so you can kind of see that, and then also this estimated fiscal commitment. We'll continue to refine this over time and potentially even tie this to specific program budgets. So, you know, this is coming from Title I, or this is coming from this, or this is coming from this. For right now, where we have a fiscal commitment, we put it in. Where it's not calculated, we put TBD because we don't know, because we haven't gotten there yet. And where there isn't really a specific fiscal commitment, we left it blank. The final point around this is that these are goals that we set at the beginning of the year. It's not written in stone that this is exactly what we're going to do. Like any program, we have targets, and then there will be times where we can't meet the targets for a variety of reasons. And so this is not, this is to say, this is where we think we're going on this roadmap, but the car might break down, right? Right. So sometimes that would happen, and then we would say to you, this, you know, we weren't able to accomplish this because of this, this, this. So, but this is where we think we're going to stop along the way when we get there.
And we saw that last year at the end of at the end of the year report. There were, COVID got in the way. Car did break down.
There were some things that happened, or some things we thought we could do, and for a variety of reasons we couldn't. That's why we do a mid-year update, so that you don't get to the end and be like, well, why are we in Florida, not New York? Like, because we. So you can see if we're on track to get where we need to go.
I do have to say, when we first developed these, I didn't, I mean, you know, like number 1, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, it's like, wow, that's, I just think it's ambitious.
Nice. And we got to most of them last year. And if they didn't, they show back up again. And some of these will show up every year because they're continuous goals, right? Some things we accomplish and they move on, and some things we're going to keep focused on.
I would also say that the measurable objectives gives us some sort of concrete thing that we're looking for, Jane, in these goals, versus putting a percentage point. I still feel like we have enough to know if we're making progress, because really that's the heart of it, right?
Yeah. And like some of it is not, so provide mental health services to students. Yes, we did. Here's how much we spent, or, we had, it's not something that.
Increase mental health by 10 points.
Yeah. Our culture, you can't measure culture very well either, right? Like, it's really challenging. I think I like our new goals. I mean, I like these a lot. I feel like we're covering.
And I also think it's go ahead.
Sorry, I just feel like we're covering a wide variety of topics. Almost the only thing I would say is that I know we met our, addressed our goals from last year, which I wasn't really part of setting, but to what, how much did we push our staff? To what point did we push them to meet these goals? So I do believe that they're very ambitious. That concerns me a little bit.
I am a fan of setting, and I would tell you, these are the key strategies in paper. I have 100 more in my head. So you can take these off paper, they'll still live in my head. But I have scaled back. So if you look, for example, at the one that's on the board, 1E, there's only 2 guiding coalitions that I've identified here, not all 4, starting up and being robust, right? So I have tried to be reasonable. Now, of course, do I want to start all 4? Yeah, but I just put 2. So, but I appreciate your feedback about the number of goals and strategies that we have.
And what I was going to say is I think it's important to maintain goals for a few years, not to constantly be changing your goal and never really giving something the time to take off.
Totally agree. I just want to say again, I am so very thrilled. Yes, there's improvements. Yes, there's development. There's calibration, on and on and on, right? But this is as explicit a presentation of our values and our goals as we have ever seen. No, I'm repeating myself when I say we've asked year over year over year for this kind of stuff, this kind of framework that everybody can look at and sign on to. And this is a ton of work. I look at this and it just gives me I just really appreciate this. I do worry about the ambition, but you know what? I also think that aspiration is a good thing. This board is not going to hurt anybody because we don't hit 100%, right? Because we know that we're stretching. We also know if you look at a lot of these goals, we're beginning to collect data and look at places for the very first time. And that takes investment, startup time. And that's why I agree with Jane. We don't want to be flipping these goals year over year.
I'm looking forward to tying our budget in with these goals. So, I really appreciate for example, this one on student, which you can't see anymore, which I can see, but you can't, and student achievement 2A and 2B, right? So you'll see levered on here, right? So many of the things that you saw even tonight are tied specifically to these goals, or you'll see, we have a bucket of money set aside, and then as we bring them up and we say we're going to do, this thing, you'll know that we've allocated $150,000 for, student mental health. and then you'll, because it's not, in the way that our budgets are developed and presented to you, you don't see those big buckets necessarily. They're broken down more by resource and object and things like that. So this is where I'd like to bring to you, we're setting aside this amount of money, and at some point we may want to actually try and bring this a little closer time-wise to when we're doing the budget, so that you're getting, the annual budget in June along with the board goals, and you're seeing, like, here's where we have this identified here in our goals. Will it be the entire budget? Of course not, but tying that closely.
I like that.
But we just thought of this like a few days ago. So
And as we have the ability after, COVID, to start doing some of that assessment testing, in the spring, and our child healthy surveys, that we'll sort of be able to say, here's where it showed. You set this goal, and this is what we've seen from that growth. So.
Yeah, I like the addition of the money, not just for the detail. It also sort of tells the community our priorities, right? Because you put the money toward what matters.
Right. Like, I don't know if you know that we spend $150,000 on our mental health clinicians and technicians, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't see it in that way. You see salaries in a lump sum, and you might see a new position, but you don't necessarily see. And then you could say, here, what is that $150,000? What does that look like? Well, that's, that's this person and these 5 people and these things, and, that kind of detail. But then you would know to ask questions because I'm presenting it to you in a way that's specifically tied around a goal.
I think it also kind of commits you, like I'm looking at this one, 8B, where it says estimate training. It's talking about it's like estimated possible training, 10,000. It makes you start going, oh wait, remember we were going to spend that money. Let's make sure we spend that money on something, instead of letting, especially for us, I think this board has described many times its interest in professional development at all levels, and I think we make that commitment to it, we're more likely to pull it off.
Not to mention, I love the idea of labor management councils.
Ooh, so excited about
Yeah,
that.
I really do.
And we had a really good, right here in this room, we had really good training about it, and very excited for that to come.
So I would like to suggest we bring this back in August for a second, as opposed to voting tonight, also so that Kevin can be involved in this, because he has had historic interest in these as well.
So our staff work around this and taking these key strategies and spending like a day with the leadership team, identifying really who does what and what are the action steps around this, would happen before our next board meeting. But we could, before school starts. But I'm open to.
I wonder if we can have a motion to approve it, and if Kevin has some additions he'd like to make to it, that we could sort of have a little workshop around it or something, I don't know.
And this was in the packet. I didn't get any questions about it from anyone, but it did go out on Friday. And I did leave, for example, the Parent Advisory Committee, because I know he's interested in that and has a proposal. I left that very broad because I know he'll have some, so, that's something that, I don't know what that'll look like, so I didn't put all the detail in there, but I didn't receive any other.
I would say, because of the staff element of this and needing to prepare for the coming school year, that I would make a motion to approve and then come back later if Kevin has additional information.
I would second that, and my feeling is this is maybe needs to be discussed in the handbook, but that communication piece I feel like is so important
that if you are gonna not be at a meeting, when you do have concerns and questions, that you communicate those ahead of time so that the board isn't stuck not moving forward on items because of an emergency that came up. I think that's
Yeah.
what you're supposed to do as a board member.
I'm actually comfortable with James, with the suggestion of, move it forward and because he's not gonna change 99% of it,
Right.
right? So that actually makes
And
sense.
I'm looking at some of this, I can see would require some, I'm looking at the fiscal parts and I'm curious, like, how are you gonna plan for ADA hold harmless? How are you gonna do the general fund, reduce general fund contribution to the cafeteria fund? And so I think those are robust discussions that leadership needs to have early.
Part just to mention is, I try to include every single department in these goals. So you see nutrition services, grounds, maintenance, technology, not just school site, but everyone is part of these goals.
So we have a motion and a second. The motion was by Rebecca, and the second was Shelley. So going to take a vote on that. All in favor? Rebecca?
Aye.
Shelley?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Jane? Aye. It passes 4-0. 5.4.3, review of board bylaw 92.5. It is a few minutes before 10. Hang on a second, Mr. Lang. Do we want to continue, or do we want to table the conversation until an earlier?
I'll play Kathy Smith's role, and I think it's in our bylaws that we don't start any agenda items after 9:45.
I don't remember seeing that, but I do think you would.
I remember her saying it. I don't remember seeing it.
I do remember that we can't go past 10:30.
Oh,
Without
maybe
a.
I made that up then.
I can look really quick, but you can.
I wouldn't mind letting you, since you were here all night, letting you speak on it, so you don't have to come next time. So let's at least hear, and then while you're looking that up.
If you guys want to table it, that's fine. And I would love to just add some of the, after listening to you, I have a public comment. You guys then talk about it. I listen. There's no room for me to comment on what you guys are talking about. And that's what the dialogue is. And I think maybe you guys could work on that, to try to form a way where perhaps, since I did do a public comment, you could call me. I don't know if you can do that or not. I don't know if that's restricted. I don't think it is. Anyway, so be prepared. You guys need to be prepared. Kevin needs to be prepared. Everybody needs to be prepared. You got an agenda, Friday night. The expectation is you were going to sit down and read that. Stop what you were doing or whatever. I don't know when you guys scheduled, you got the thing, the expectation that you would get that agenda and read it, right? And then be able to come back and comment it forthwith on Monday. That is tough. And I think it's tough for the public. It's tough for me. How do you do that? And I think, when you say be prepared, along with what this is, which is, I don't know if you guys get a stipend, I don't know how you guys get paid, but there needs to be a reasonable expectation of how much content that you're getting paid for if it's a flat rate. I mean, it's almost 10 o'clock, You got the agenda on Friday. I mean, what's the expectation? I mean, if it's an item that needs to be addressed in a special meeting, we should address those special items, maybe try to do a regular meeting. I don't know who couldn't make it. Kevin couldn't make it, unfortunately. Regarding the Dr. Morris's goals, they're really great. I think there was a new, after looking at some of those details, you can do too much. You can be too ambitious, sure. I have a guiding principle is don't budget or buy anything that you don't have time to do, right? Because that's a fact of life. However, there is this year, a new rule that you can have short-term goals. I think I sent a note to the board. I don't know if you guys have time to read those, but that the LCFF funding is now allowed, instead of just annual goals, goals like Dr. Morris was talking about, where I have all these other things that could possibly lead to this, where I have a short-term goal, a burst. So when you go through that and say, well, you know, I can fund this for 3 months, throw some money on it, and we can do that. That's totally fine. It doesn't have to be an annual. It's not addressing those goals. I think it should be. Terrible notes here. Prepared. I think that's really all about it on this particular comment. I don't know what you guys get compensated for. I think that, you know, on that longevity plan, you guys should get compensated. I think even the school site committees could potentially get some type of compensation, especially for like the low incomes that it's so hard to attract. Turns out, or something, I don't know. But something that engages, and you know, it's a lot of work. I don't know how much time you guys, like how much time did they spend, the board, on reading, you know, these block POs and check registers. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca, you were gonna.
Yeah, I wasn't going to come to the board meeting tonight because I have a family member who's in the hospital right now, but I literally made sure I came for this agenda item. So I'd be really disappointed if we didn't discuss it, because that's like I should be at the hospital and I'm here.
So let's talk.
All right.
Okay.
And there isn't anything that says we can't start a new agenda item. It's our board policy 92323, and it just says that we can't go past 10:30 without extending the meeting.
Perfect, thank you.
So, Rebecca, so in 2018, we had actually 3 meetings where we talked about board benefits, and Kevin was the one who brought them up because he had concerns about the cost of health insurance coverage for for board members. At the time, we were still in, I guess we had just gotten out of the furlough days, but there was a feeling of, we were cutting sections for declining enrollment that maybe we could have kept if we weren't paying too much in board member benefits. So there was hours of discussion about it, and obviously I think where the board came to is that we provided, because board members are not employees, they're on a tiered rate that is similar to retired employees. And so the options, there was 3 options for health insurance: individual, individual and spouse, and individual and family. And at the time, I don't know what it is now, there was a cost difference. For the individual, it was $11,000. For the spouse, it was $16,000, and for the family, it was $20,000. So it was a significant savings for the district. I think we determined 1.4 FTE if all members chose not to get insurance. We would be able to hire 1.4 teachers with that money. But I think both Thane and Michael and Shelley felt that there was a benefit in drawing people to the position of running for a board member with this benefit. So that was kind of how we compromised, was the one-person insurance rather than none, and rather than the entire family.
Yeah.
Well, one-person insurance, and as I recall, the ability to buy up at our group rate.
Yes.
Right. So it wasn't just only the board member gets insurance. We wanted to make sure that the family insurance was available at the group rate on a buy-up, if I recall correctly.
Yeah. And actually, when the thing I think that you sent us, you read through it, it also said that if the employer provides 100% coverage, it's not an option that's available.
Yeah.
If you have an employer.
Already has.
In our in our policy, in the policies from other districts. So that's something that we added to our policy.
Right,
Yeah.
absolutely.
It's not a,
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that either, frankly. I mean, if your employer's giving you insurance.
Well,
But-
we never discussed,
Like a secondary insurance, I guess.
go ahead, Rebecca.
I'm just wondering now, because it's my understanding that we're paying the same rate for a family member as we are for the insured alone as we are for the insured in the family. Is that correct? Dr.
so
Morse?
this is, one of the things that is, unusual about our bylaw is that you are, you take either the stipend or insurance, but you can't take both. The reason that you offer a stipend to board members is so that they qualify as employees. Once they're employees, part-time employees, receiving $400 a year or more, then you would be eligible for the composite rate for insurance. But because our policy specifies stipend or insurance, you're not employees, so you are calculated under the under 65 non-employee rate, which is not composite, and it includes it's single or additional members. But all of our employees receive health insurance in a composite rate, which is the same rate for one employee or their entire family.
Can you explain, so if you take the stipend, you're an employee, but the stipend is not, I mean, there are employees who are working less than 20 hours a week who don't get health insurance coverage.
Right, but if they bought it, it would be at the employee, or it would be at the composite rate. But no, you're right. If you're part-time, you don't get, it depends on how many hours you work. But and it has to do, there's a particular section covering board members that's in our health care manual,
In
that
that
very
long
long
thing
thing on page 10. So board members have their own section.
Right.
That's slightly different than it would be for part-time employees. But without the stipend, you can't be an employee at all.
And with the stipend, you're an employee, but you can't have the benefits if you take the stipend.
Right, and so we have, I think we are the only ones in the county that have that either or distinction. Either
You mean
take the
other ones,
stipend or-
they get the stipend and the health insurance?
Well, you get the stipend to qualify for the health insurance.
Yeah.
If you don't take the stipend, you don't qualify for health insurance.
Interesting.
Does
So
that make sense? So
I believe the only other district who doesn't offer this is CB Valley. Is that correct, Dr. Morris?
Simi Valley, Oak Park, and Hazel did a great job of making a nice little chart for you and actually included snippets of every board's policy on this issue. There are a couple of very small ones. I think Briggs doesn't offer it. Briggs also has like 100 kids. Oak Park so Simi offers no insurance benefits for board members. Oak Park is similar to us in that it's only the board member, and then everyone else, and Briggs, and I think there's one we couldn't find, and then everyone else has employee benefits, and you get whatever the employee gets.
Right, so I remember it being something like, there's 20 districts and all but, or 20 do provide it and 5 don't, or they not full as the same as the employee, something like that.
Yeah, I think it's.
But all the ones who don't provide the same as the employee are small districts. You know,
But
I mean,
small, like,
there are some.
like a tenth of us, right? Like they're
I
not,
think of,
except for CME.
yeah, I think of small versus little. Like, we're small, they're little. But that's in my head is the distinction. So Somas, Mupu, Briggs, Mesa Union, like those are little.
They have
Small is us, Oak Park, and Ocean View. We're all about the same size.
And they all do.
And
Oak Park.
Oak Park has similar to us with only the board member, not family.
So I think here's my biggest concern regarding this. Like, well, there's a couple. One, I know we've had board members who have expressed that they no longer, they're not going to run again. So then we're going to have people who are, we're going to have new board members coming in. And I can say during my time that I've been here, I think I counted today because I wanted to see how many meetings there's been. I started like at the end of December, I think was the first meeting I sat in. I don't know that I was officially started yet, but it's been 17 meetings. If we, like, I estimated them at 4 hours with 4 hours prep, which is really light because usually they're more like 5 or 6 hours. And then, so for me, I'm estimating about 150 hours after running for office, after, and it's expensive to run for office. So then I think, like, who has the time to donate for free 150 hours in 6 months, or, maybe 300 hours in a year? And especially when things come up, it really reduces the demographic of people who are going to be able to run for our board. Because a lot of people, that are not in a wealthier status need that time to earn money to support their families. And I understand, I totally get why we did it when we did it, but I think there's an inherent value in giving some sort of compensation to the people who are serving as your board. And I think other districts do it. So I'm concerned about all of those things. I'm concerned about the equity of the people that will come. I'm concerned about the amount of time. Like, it is a lot of time, as you guys all well know. I think this has been an exorbitant amount of time. This year is a lot more than I would say a normal year. You guys could tell me I'm wrong, but I think there is something to be said, and that, yeah, I feel like it's an equity issue.
You guys have a lot of goals, so it takes a lot of time.
So Rebecca, because there is a stipend, right? I mean, there is, and it is a honorarium, I think is the best way to put it. Are you proposing something different than that, or?
If I didn't even know there was a stipend, first of all, I will say that.
So I believe it's $240 a month. It used to be a meeting, but I actually don't see that identified anywhere in your bylaws. So I don't know how much it is. Well, at the meeting in 2018, it was $240. I watched all 3 meetings last weekend. What am I looking for there?
I have never been told or offered a stipend, nor given.
And when I came on
offered
the board, Rebecca, I was told about it, and I don't even think I was told how much it was, but I was told it's not worth it. Nobody looks at it. If you want insurance, that's.
So it says I'm sorry, Shelley.
Go ahead.
Each member of the Board of Education may receive health and welfare benefits or the maximum monthly compensation as provided for in Education Code 35-120. So in 2018, that maximum amount was $240. But I can't remember if it was per month or per meeting.
It was per month.
Per month.
My recollection is that the paperwork and the tax implication on it was going to eat the whole thing up by the time you actually took the stipend.
Yeah, I never thought about that, the tax implication.
I don't want to go there. It's just too complicated. It just, I will say one thing. We can certainly talk about what is an appropriate stipend, but in terms of the hours and the commitment, how can I put this delicately? I work a 50 to 60 hour work week, and I still manage to find the time to do this because I ran for it voluntarily.
Absolutely.
So I think anyone who's working full time is going to carry a load. But I don't think it's the money that's going to convince someone to run for this job. So there's no way that we could actually pay somebody what they'd be worth to sit on the board. So I'm just wondering, what is it that you're thinking?
I just would like to see us comparable to other districts in our area that offer health insurance without the restrictions of the double insurance and to the family, if it's appropriate. That's what I'm thinking. I think they're, like I hear, I don't know. I feel like right now, not that I ran because I am drawn to this, but I'm saying that there's going to be other people running, that will be a make or break decision for them. And if we want to increase the demographics and the people that we serve, if we want to be more representative of them, I feel like we got to do just the baseline of what other districts do. Like, to me, it feels almost like it feels devaluing of the board to not meet the baseline that other districts meet. And I'm not saying, obviously you guys value the board. You've been on it for a very long time, but it just seems like it just doesn't feel right to me. I don't know how else to describe it. I don't know if anybody else agrees with me or you guys disagree with me.
I'll chime in, Rebecca. I do totally agree with you. I voted against the reduction in the first place. I think the equity issue is huge, and I respectfully disagree with you, Michael, that it does make a difference. Speaking as a parent who for many years was a free and reduced lunch parent, and who had no health insurance, getting to the point that you could even think about sitting on a board requires a level of stability that is very difficult to come by. And if sitting on the board offers that, then you have the chance to do it. I don't even think people would consider it if they, weren't at that stable level.
I was trying with the time, I was trying to demonstrate the amount of time that it takes. Not that I'm angry about the amount of time that it takes, but I think maybe at the time that you guys took this away, it possibly wasn't as large of a time commitment as it has been during this current year that I've been sitting on the board.
And I will also say, I think that there's a different mindset. I'll speak for myself. I find myself falling into sometimes going, this is a volunteer position. And you can do a volunteer level of work, or you can do a job level of work. And I think that mindset makes a difference, whether you think you're a volunteer or you think you're employed to do a job.
Yeah.
But there is a benefit. There is the single health insurance benefit. It's not that we're not providing anything.
I'll speak up on this point too, because I feel like in the discussion that we had a couple of years ago, we did reduce it, and there was also just a level of the expectation was there that you don't take it. Like it felt shaming to take it.
Well, I don't think we would want to foster that.
No, I agree.
I do have issues with double coverage. That, if someone's getting insurance from their employer, I don't know why we need to pay for, you know what I'm saying, for more, right? We aren't a wealthy district.
No.
And you get poor by pennies, right? So I'm not, we haven't talked specifically about the stipend and what's being proposed for that. When we cut the benefits back, as Jane pointed out, we were fiscally, it was ugly. And there was a real concern that the board needed to draw as little as possible so that we could preserve our folks and our budget. If we're in a somewhat better position, you know, I'd be willing to discuss it. Yeah, but in terms of the money, I need to know more about what we're talking about, because I don't feel obligated to make that stipend look like a paycheck.
The minimum stipend to qualify for benefits is $400 a year, for whatever that's worth. So.
You mean on our health insurance plan?
Right, to qualify as an employee is $400 a year.
So if we were going to do both, then 400 would be the minimum.
Right.
Okay.
I would also suggest that I think one of the most people who run for board have families, and generally if you have coverage, it would be hard for you to have coverage and your family doesn't have coverage, right? And so I think that's potentially why you have we pay for you and then you pay the difference to qualify for your whole family, right? But I would say, typically people who run for boards have kids. And so the family coverage seems, I think that's why the other districts in looking at their policies have that. The other thing that is in here that I think is of note is paying for people who have retired from the board is an option in our policy.
Oh, I thought.
No, we took that out.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. No, it says.
I watched the
Yeah.
thing. Ricky was the last person to, Ricky.
Was eligible.
Yeah,
the last
there's
person until she.
You have to have begun your term before January 1st, 1995.
Oh,
and,
okay, but.
And serve 12 or more years.
Yeah.
Got it.
And it's very narrowly tailored.
See, and it says above that, health and welfare benefits for former board members shall be no greater. And by the way, I asked a bunch of people, nobody knows what a non-safety employee is. Also in our, looking up something else today, it said that we could notify board members by telegram. So, actually still in, so.
Are you suggesting these need to be?
Potentially, I'm, saying since I don't know what a non-safety employee is and no one I know does, something we could.
Michael, I would just add to your point, with the double coverage thing, as we all know, insurances are not all built the same. Some policies are better than others. Some employers do cover more than others. And to say people can have very minimal policies with their employers, than to say that we won't double cover, even though you don't have great coverage, it doesn't reduce the amount of work or the employment of the person on the board because they may or may not have coverage in a different area. I don't.
Or it might be expensive, right? So
Right.
in most districts besides ours, your personal contribution can be, Hazel and I were just talking about this, your personal contribution can be $600 to $1,000 a month. And so we're lucky that ours aren't there at this point. And I don't have any sense one way or another about what to go. I'm just sharing that we were literally just talking about how we were very lucky in that our employees, contribute some, but certainly not as much as you would.
Right.
almost
So,
everywhere else.
and a lot of people who are working lower wage jobs too, they might have a plan where they have, employee coverage, but they have a $5,000 deductible or they're, and they can't add their kids. And so we're going to say, no, sorry, you're covered here. I just think there's too many situations where we're not, I just think there's too many situations where we're isolating people who would maybe potentially run, maybe potentially want to be a part of this and have diverse representation with our current policy.
So do we have something specific that we're proposing, or is this a?
It's not an action item. It sounds like two of us think it's worth review, but I'm concerned with doing more work on it if it already feels like a 3-2 vote. That's where I am.
Well, I mean, in 2018, the only member of the board who was different was Rebecca, your role, Thane. So Thane and Shelley voted no, and Michael and Kevin and I voted for the motion to reduce to single coverage. So I don't think it's right to vote. Well, I go back to what you said, though. We can't stop voting on everything because somebody's absent, but this was a emergency. I mean, not, you know,
Well, I didn't think
called
this
away.
was an action item. Was
I think
it?
it's a
Listed as either
discussion
or.
slash.
Discussion or action.
So,
oh, actually, you know what? I am remembering now that Kevin did reach out to me and ask that he hoped we wouldn't vote on the benefit thing until he had a chance to participate. So if we want to bring it back, if we were to bring it back, I think maybe it would be helpful to bring it back as an action of whatever.
Having specifics around it?
Yeah, raising the board benefit back to the composite.
Is it possible to remove the or? Where's the or?
It's in the first line here where it says each member of the Board of Education may receive health and welfare benefits or the maximum monthly compensation.
That's in our bylaws?
Yeah, it's bylaw 9250. So this item is specifically to revise bylaw 9250. And so you would potentially tonight or in the future bring this back with like redlined or changed suggestions around this particular language in this bylaw, right? So like that would be addressed, probably that item, and then a little bit later down where it talks about, I mean, you would just redline this. But there's really, I think, kind of two areas where you would change the specific wording.
So I am, kind of bummed that I waited all night, but happy that we had an initial conversation around it. I would definitely like to bring it back. I don't know if that's something, even if we were willing to have like a small committee work on this, because I feel like it's a larger discussion than just an action item. I don't know if you guys feel that way, but.
Who would, flesh out that committee piece for me?
Just to have time to sit down and look at this bylaw and see, like right now, we just came up with how many different opposing opinions to things that are written in this in a matter of a few minutes. So if we could sit down and look at the language together, maybe a committee of two to work on this, discuss it, and bring it back to full board.
I'd be happy to work on it with you, although I'm wondering if anybody else would be interested or willing, so that there's
Michael, would you be willing?
viewpoints.
I feel like having an oppositional viewpoint would be better. No offense, Shelley, but I feel like
No, I agree.
Yeah, it would be interesting to get the contextual information of other districts, right? As well as their total budget, because I do think that changes like this need a fiscal impact analysis. Kind of why we did it the first time, right? Was that it felt like a heavy expense given our fiscal context.
So maybe Dr.
My gut says that
like
things are slightly getting better, and so that would be, I think, important to be part of the conversation.
One of the things that would have to be part of that conversation is when it would take effect, because right now we took it away based on, well, if you ran for office and you're currently serving and you currently have family coverage, we're not going to take that away from you. But if you choose to run again, you will know that you're running under different circumstances. So I don't know if we include that, to take effect, retroactive July 1st, 2021, or for the next election, or, we would have to discuss that as part of the, I would think.
Part of the motion, right?
Yeah.
You also, I would suggest, could look at all of the different plans, which is why I provided you that kind of comprehensive breakdown of all of the different plans.
Yeah, and so I have to admit, after I got to, the part where was all the insurance company handbook, I didn't realize there was stuff at the end. So if we can move that to the top, because I read the first through page 33, and then I stopped.
So there's,
I scanned, but I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, there's like 4 attachments. It's in that order because page 10, had specific board member stuff. But I think on the
page 90,
one thing that when you bring back this policy, if you were thinking about it, you could even identify, like right now, the language identifies that you'll be in the lowest paid plan. So, potentially you could either stick with, you have additional coverage, but you're in the lowest plan, or you're open to all the plans. We also have added a health savings account option, which didn't exist back then. And I was thinking, what if the health savings account was the lowest option? Or what if you had a health savings account, but the district didn't contribute to your health savings account? There's lots of different options there, which is why there also isn't a recommendation here, because there's too many, it's not like a recommendation just to add something. It's really like revising this entire bylaw.
So, and it looks like, according to your packet, like I didn't get to that page either.
It's page 96 if you want to.
Santa Clara Elementary School District. I don't even know where that is. Mupu, which is like 100 kids, and Briggs, which is like 100 kids. And then Simi Valley, which is like the outlier, right?
And Oak Park.
But Oak Park is a very small district too.
It is?
Oak Park is about our size. Oak Park, we're the same as Oak Park and Ocean View. All the O's, except for Oxnard.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's worth a conversation. Shelley thinks it's worth a conversation. I know we're tired and I don't want to keep you guys, and it's almost 10:30, but maybe if we could.
Memory is this is how we ended the conversation last time. It was like 10:30. We were blaring it.
Yeah. Maybe we don't put it last on the agenda next time. But.
Well, the way this conversation goes is ultimately there's a specific motion that's made, right? We can talk about it, but at some point somebody has to say, this is what I'm proposing that we do. So it sounds like if we're going to have a little mini committee to sit here and, do this editing, then that brings some specificity to the conversation. Because we all have opinions and stuff, but ultimately it's a motion second and decide. So.
Are you willing to be a part of that?
Yeah.
Because I would have to then step back in after. because then it's a quorum.
You're right. I don't want to knock you out because
No,
you
I
have-
don't mind being knocked
well,
out.
you have
I'm
specific.
totally fine being knocked out.
No, I don't want to force you.
I think it would be good to have two very differing views, right? Like, 'cause I feel like
agree.
Shelley and I are very similar on this.
I agree.
My only concern is that you and I may not come to consensus, and then there
Exactly.
may not be a motion,
That's what I'm thinking.
right?
Well,
But you could also have two versions of the language, right? Like option A and option B,
yeah.
right? And then you could work on those two options, and then when you bring it before the board on each, like you did with the decision point, right? You could have decision point, option A, option B, decision point, option A, option B, right? And then the board could discuss each of those separate, but then there would be the language written, and you could make those decision points in the meeting.
All right, yeah, I'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Oh.
I don't know what I've gotten
No, it's
myself.
worth discussing.
We'll be good. Okay.
So, thank you. Moving on to 5.5, future agenda items. Any additions? Okay.
Other than
Just-
bringing this back.
Bringing that back.
And obviously, we already moved the Parent Advisory Council to a different session.
Right.
Okay, we are adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.